sure I got that. Yeah, I've got the right one. When we suspended last evening. That's right.
Okay.
Did you want to take the first call?
Yes, I can refer to
Okay.
it.
Members, when we suspended last evening, we were considering the Equal Pay Amendment Bill and we were debating Part 1. Part 1 is the debate on the clauses 4 to 49, amendments to Equal Pay Act 1972 and the schedule. Before I call the question again, I just want to ask this morning, we've had a lot of debate on this and it's a very important bill and it is under urgency, but what I would request this morning is that as people are asking questions of the Minister to please refer to the clauses or the amendment paper or the particular area that you'll be speaking to. So the question is again that Part 1 stand part. Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wish to pick up a couple of questions that were made right at the end of last night. And then I believe I've sufficiently answered near all questions from the previous segment. We had questions from Lawrence Sunan about the rationale for not being able to challenge an opt-out. And that's about the employers being able to opt out of multi-employer claims. Employers will still need to progress with a single employer pay equity claim if they've opted out of that multi-employer claim. So it's not the case that no claim is brought. It's just that the employer has the ability to opt out. The second question was also about how the OIA applies. The OIA does still apply, and this bill doesn't change the OIA. Another question from Lawrence was about the elements referred to in 13HB. These are the elements required for the pay equity claim to have merit, which is specified in section 13F, which I also referred to last night.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Giantonetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased with that direction that you've given us this morning, because I do feel that we haven't had enough time looking at the clauses specifically. We've asked, according to speakers' rulings, more general questions, but I do think that there is time now to actually prosecute into the different clauses. And
as long as it's not repetitive.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Madam Chair, and I think that is really important because, as we keep saying, this has not gone to Select Committee, and as you have rightly said this morning, that it is a really important piece of legislation, and it has created a lot of anger and a lot of feeling out in the community. And as I said yesterday, Madam Chair, that my email has blown up like it's never blown up in the 8 years that I've been in Parliament because of people wanting to know more about this bill. Madam Chair, I want to take to Clause 9, so direct the Minister to Clause 9. And look, I want to ask a couple of questions about that, but I just want to go through that the interpretation is correct of how I'm seeing it and interpreting it, and what I've discussed with colleagues as well is correct. So Clause 9 is a threshold evidence, the way that I'm reading it. It inserts new section 13DA before the section 13E. So the new section prefaces section 13E by providing that a pay equity claim may be raised if it meets all requirements set out in section 13E and there is evidence that the claim has merit. The effective changes are that the change of threshold from is arguable to has merit. The bill contains consequential changes to several other provisions of the Principal Act, and that the change from the subjective test based on what the claimant considers to be an objective requirement, that there be evidence that the new threshold is met. And I'm just hoping that that's a correct and accurate reading of what that clause is actually saying. But when I was reading through this, and again, we only got this very late in the piece yesterday, so that's why it's really important that we do have an understanding of exactly what is meant by these different clauses. It seems to me that it is designed to make it as hard as possible to file a pay equity claim, because that is quite the change that has been made to the primary piece of legislation. That threshold has changed, that threshold of evidence has changed quite significantly with this one small insertion. So is that what the Minister is aiming for here, is to make it hard to file a pay equity claim? I suspect that, Minister, you're going to say no, but this is what's coming through from people in the community at the moment, is that they can't see that this has been at an equal footing of what was before, that actually their pathways have been closed off to them. And I think that they, from this particular clause, they need some understanding of how they can actually find a pathway going forward to make these pay equity claims. So go back to ask that question again. Has it been designed to make this as hard as possible to file a pay equity claim? And if not, what is the pathway for them at the moment? Because, as I said, what is there in this piece of legislation seems to have changed the whole landscape incredibly and dramatically. So I'd really like some clarity around that, please.
Madam Chair.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been listening really carefully last night, and there are the frustrations of these debates is often we don't take the discussion forward. So I want to do a little bit of that today, but I want to make sure that I'm mindful of what you've talked about, Madam Chair, about bringing up new issues. Now, one thing that came up last night is the issue of exceptional circumstances on the length of time that people are unable to take a claim. And what we haven't really heard is what is envisaged as exceptional circumstances and where it will apply. And so I've been thinking about some of the cases I had where I was concerned about inequity and how it would apply in those circumstances. So I've got a couple of questions, so I might take you through a scenario and ask you to explain how the new legislation will work. For example, I had one woman that the case has always haunted me. She was on very low pay, and she had been a caregiver her entire career, and she had actually worn herself out in the job by lifting, and her employer frustrated her employment because she could no longer lift patients, and she would have been in her early 60s. And so she was seen as, she was basically just given a termination notice over a time. A person like that, are they a person where they might be able to reopen for that group of people who are that age? So they're not going to be able to take a case in their late 60s because they're going to be terminated from their employment for a long time. Are they a person who might have exceptional circumstances applied to them because their career's ending, and it might end at a time which isn't necessarily retirement time even? So how flexible is the rule going to be in terms of who can reopen the issue, because in fact their personal circumstances are going to be affected? Because I heard a lot from the Minister about how we just had to think about the big systems and we weren't concerned about the individuals, but obviously there's a real balancing act, and when it comes to something like exceptional circumstances, that's where I'd expect the balancing act to take place. Now, a similar issue is one about opt-out provisions, because what I heard the Minister talk about was a system, and I think this is clause 15. This is an issue about who can opt out from a multi-employer claim. So take my woman that I've just given you, real human, multi-employer claim. Her particular provider of care services that employer is able to halfway through a claim think, okay, I want to opt out of this claim. So she's relying upon a claim that's being made by many employers at once or going through a process with that. The employer that was employing her, are they allowed under this to actually leave? And if so, my understanding is they don't have to provide reasons as to why they leave, but they leave her high and dry because she's no longer covered by the claim. And it says that they're allowed to leave without providing reasons, but it's got to be based on reasonable grounds. Well, sorry, how do we know what grounds it's based on if they never have to provide any reasons? What's the balance? What's the check in place that means that her employer can't just walk away in the middle of something where that is the only process that she's got and not have reasonable grounds? How do we know that there are reasonable grounds? Then it says, my understanding is that the employer's decision to opt out cannot be challenged by another party. So is that right? Are we saying that nobody can challenge, sorry, Madam Chair?
Helen White.
I'll
let Helen White finish her question,
you.
but please can you...
All right,
yeah.
I'll move on to one other point. I hope that you've understood that point. I'd also just like to talk about, and I really, really would genuinely like an answer over the issue of back pay, because what I got didn't go far enough into the logic of the situation here. If you've got an embargo on the authority awarding back pay, when that happens and somebody can't award at the end, and my understanding from the Minister's answer last night is you can still negotiate back pay, isn't the reality that we're going to see no back pay claims because there's no stick. There's nothing where somebody can award it, and so we're going to have these people who are 10 years to go for their claim, and they're being discriminated against every one of those years, and it's an accumulation of harm to them. They're missing out on all the interest, they're missing out on all the wages over that time, their KiwiSavers being affected, etc. And the employer's going to go, well, what is in it for me? Because I do not have to give you any form of back pay, and you've missed out for a 10-year period, and all I have to do is commit on the last possible time I can in that process to something that doesn't discriminate going forward, and then we're locking in for another 10-year period before you can go for it again, so I can discriminate for the next 10 years. Isn't that the impact of what is happening? And what I'd like to know from the Minister is, if I'm right, because I'm pretty sure I am, then how is the Minister going to monitor the failure? Because I suspect what we'll see is our equity claims change entirely. We're going to see a wider gap. We're going to see a wider Pacifica gap. We're going to see a wider gap in pay. What is going to happen to make sure that if she's so confident that this isn't going to cause a problem, what is going to happen in 2 years? Are we going to see a monitoring of this situation by the Minister to see whether that gap's growing again? Because I'm pretty sure we are going to see a gap growing. So I appreciate the Minister saying it's very confusing at the moment because we do deal with this in bargaining as if it's illegitimate to deal with it in bargaining, but we're not going to necessarily know, well, what's the other side of that coin? What processes are being put in place to look at this gap and measure the gap in other ways so that there can be an intervention. And I'm going to go right back and say, is this an exceptional circumstance where we see the gap, where somebody like the woman from AUT, who's the academic in this area, is measuring the gap, sees the gap grow and says, actually it's happening in this sector, to the minister? Is that an exceptional circumstance where we might open again? Because it seems to me New Zealand women are going to pay the price for 10 years and then they're never going to be able to claim back. And this is going to happen. So there's going to be an adjustment every 10 years with weak bargaining power, not strong bargaining power, actually artificially weakened bargaining power, because under the old law, they actually, under the 1970s law, they could have claimed the lot. They could have actually gone out and claimed the lot. And what we've done is we've robbed them today. So can I please have an answer to those various questions? I appreciate the time that I've been given. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to remind the Chair, but also the Minister, that one of the questions I asked yesterday or last night around around this bill was clause 15, subclause 2, around the determination may not apply to the authority for determination and whether that is still OIA-able. So if that could be clarified, that would be great. I'm going to move on to...
I believe the OIA-able has been clarified.
Oh, it has been. Thank you so much. I'm actually going to move on just a little bit further, and I know that there are many other sections that my colleagues would like to discuss, but I think one of the things I would like to address is Schedule 1, and I would like to mention a number of amendments as under my colleague, the Honourable Malama Davison's name, around the amendment papers that she has submitted. And this is particularly with regard to new Part 2 inserted into Schedule 1, and this is Section 8, the new Part 2, Section 8 of Schedule 1 around existing pay equity claims. And as we have heard, and also we have heard yesterday from the public, that there has been a number of concerns being raised by people who have spent decades going through the process of getting pay equity. But again, I think the concern that a lot of people had was in Section 8, subsection 1, that's saying that the existing pay equity claim is discontinued on commencement date. So the amendment papers that we have here, and I particularly want to speak to those within my portfolio, the tabled amendments, which is around care and support workers as well as education, is that they be exempted from this particular schedule. So when we're looking at the tabled amendments, what we're proposing is new Part 2 insert into Clause 8 after Clause 8.1 and insert a number of new subclauses which then would exempt care and support workers from this particular decision, and also include residential school workers and also various other workers from this particular one. And now the reason for that, again, like I mentioned, there's been a number of concerns around the way that their efforts would be diminished, but also removed or wiped clean as a result of this bill. But also, as a result of this, we're also trying to address a concern from NZ borrower perspective, because again, one of the few things that we do have evidence of that we do have access to, despite the fact there's no RIS or etc., is the borrower consistency report. But one of the things that we didn't see in the borrower consistent report that I did touch on is around Section 26 in terms of retrospectivity. And I think the amendment here would also be a move towards some of the concerns and some of the potential challenges when it comes to NZ Bora around retrospectivity and around punishment as a result of retrospectivity, whether it is criminal or not. Because I think in this case, one could argue that removing existing pay equity claims would be considered a punishment under retrospectivity of NZ Bora. So I wanted to check with the Minister if she would consider the amendment papers that we have put forward as an addition to subclause, to the new clause 8 of new part 2 in Schedule 1 that just simply bring into consistency with NZ Bora, but also alleviate some of the concerns that the communities and existing pay claimants have.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will answer some of the questions that we've had this morning, starting firstly with Jan Tonetti's questions, talking about what was the issue with the claim system, which has led us to making the change. Well, the current thresholds are very low. Claims only need to be arguable and then only needs to be historic or current sex-based undervaluation, not both of them. The low entry threshold enables claims to go through the assessment process even where there is not strong evidence of undervaluation. And this can result in significant administrative costs, which will be avoided with a more robust entry threshold. There is also a second question as to whether or not my goal here is to make it as hard as possible. You're right, my answer is no, that is not the case. My goal here is so that we can have more confidence in the pay equity system, that the settlements are about genuine sex-based discrimination, no conflation with CPI or collective bargaining or other labour market conditions. And this bill goes to provide more confidence to all parties that what we are rectifying is genuine sex-based discrimination. Helen White talked about what are the exceptional circumstances. Look, the bill itself doesn't define what the exceptional circumstances are, but that is for the authority and the courts to assess for whether the claimants are able to raise a claim within that 10-year time frame. But I can't comment on any specific cases that may or may not go through that sort of process. Helen White also asked, are they able to leave multi-employer claims for an employer? Yes, that is the process. However, employers still do need to progress with a single employer pay equity claim. Helen White also asked, is it right that no one can challenge an employee's decision to opt out? Yes, that cannot be challenged, but the employer still does need to progress with a single employer claim. So we are not suggesting that pay equity does not exist. The government wants to make it very clear that a pay equity system does remain. We are simply changing those thresholds. Helen White also asked, won't we see no back pay in claims if the authority cannot award it? No, that is not true. Employers and employees may still agree on whether to include a back pay in a settlement. This bill simply removes the ability of the authority to award back pay to incentivise the employers and employees to resolve claims between themselves, rather than seeking an authority determination. Helen White also asked whether there'll be reporting on the gender pay gap. I can confirm that the government already publishes information about the gender pay gap, but that is separate to this bill. That's through Stats and the Public Service Commission. Lawrence Yunnan asked questions on behalf of Marama Davidson in her paper about having some exemptions for specific claims. No, that's not something the government will be progressing with. We did consider that having one system for all claims to go through is clearer about what requirements will apply once the bill passes. This will avoid having two systems operating at the same time, which would be messier for all people involved.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's a lot to go through, obviously, in this part one, so I'm pleased to be able to make a contribution here today, and I acknowledge your points around speaking to specific clauses. I'd also acknowledge that there are a number of themes within this bill which are repeated in quite a few of the clauses in the substantive part, which is part 1, which is essentially part 2 is really looking at other acts. So really part 1 is where, and it has the schedule. So part 1 is very substantive. And I do have a number of amendments in part 1, and I think I've only spoken to one of those so far. But I did want to take the opportunity to speak to another one, which is, I think it's clause 6, which amends 13A, which is the purpose clause. And the reason I have put forward this amendment, Madam Chair, is because I don't think that this purpose clause represents the true purpose of this Act. And the reason that I think that is because of what has been said publicly about this particular bill, and also what the Minister and her colleagues have said about this particular bill. The current purpose clause states that it's to provide and facilitate the resolution of pay equity claims where there is evidence of systemic sex-based undervaluation of work that is predominantly performed by females. Now, I don't think that is actually the purpose of this bill. I think the purpose of this bill is to making those claims harder. I think the purpose of this bill is to make the system more complex. I think the purpose of this bill is to make sure that fewer low-paid women receive their pay equity claim, and I think the purpose of this bill is to delay the justice that they so need after decades and decades and years of systemic undervaluation. And so that's why I have proposed this amendment to Clause 6, which actually outlines the purpose of this bill, which I think is much more accurate, and I would love the Minister and her colleagues to consider this, because I think actually to say that this bill is brought to make the process easier is just disingenuous. How is putting in a hierarchy of comparators which makes selecting a comparator more difficult consistent with facilitating the resolution? How is limiting the number of claims, the time period that a claim can be made to 10 years, consistent with the facilitation of resolution of pay equity claims? How is the absolute unilateral taking away of back pay, which was a common law right established under the Equal Pay Act 1972, established by Christine Bartlett, taking that totally away, facilitating the resolution of pay equity claim where there's evidence of systematic sex-based undervaluation? Madam Chair, it is simply not true. The purpose clause, as proposed in this bill, is simply not accurate. It does not reflect the fact that the main reason that this bill has been brought to the House under urgency just before the budget is to save the government money, and those savings are coming from working women. They're coming not only just from working women, but from low-paid working women who have had their hearts and minds set on equal pay for such a long time. And Madam Speaker, I do think it is relevant, because we haven't had a select committee process, to be able to make sure the opportunities that we didn't have last night to read out some of the messages that we've been getting, because this is specifically relevant to the purpose clause. And I did have one of those messages from someone who's been involved in the teacher's claim last night, who did message me, and she said that she is deeply disappointed by this government's decision that was announced just yesterday to put through these changes. And she said that her claim, which is a claim for teachers, something that all New Zealanders value highly, has followed a robust process between all parties. More than 300 interviews with teacher and comparator roles across the sector have been conducted using a consistent, agreed upon tool to gather data. That evidence has been through thorough consultation with both teachers and principals, and to have the government walk away from that now is nothing short of disgraceful. That is from Christy. She has been involved in the teacher's claim. She sees that this purpose clause does not reflect the actual reality of the situation. She has been involved in a robust pay equity process. They've done 300 interviews, and this government, under this bill, through this particular bill, is binning all of that work, all of that effort. Just think of all of those women who have thought about their days and gone through every single aspect that they do. And that's what a pay equity assessment is, Madam Chair. It's when you talk about, you know, the social skills that you have to use in your job. It's when you talk about the the dangers that you might have, and you know, teachers do sometimes face aggressive students. Some of those things have never been valued. We've seen traditional women's work as caring only. We haven't valued the true nature of it. To go into that is truly a very difficult experience, but one that makes many women feel their own value. And I've heard from so many people that have said they never really realised how important their job was until they went through a pay equity process and they understood that actually they did do skilled work, that the messages that they'd been told by society that the work that they did was not valued or not highly skilled was not true. They felt mana, they felt self-esteem. This bill takes that away, and I don't think this purpose clause reflects what this government is trying to do, and I would like the Minister to respond to why she isn't honest with New Zealanders and actually putting the real purpose of this bill.
How you rephrase that question, please. I'll just give you a chance to rephrase that question.
I would like the Minister to reflect on why there isn't a more accurate description of what this bill is actually doing, so New Zealanders have a clear reason as to why the government is implementing this particular bill, because I don't believe this purpose bill reflects the true intentions of why this bill should be put into place.
Madam Chair. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to make a brief contribution to this debate. I'd like to ask specifically about Clause 17, which amends Section 13.0 of the original Equal Pay Amendment back. Section 304A and Section 34B specifically, and I'll just read that clause just for context so that the Minister understands what I'm talking about. So the original clause says, a request to consolidate must be made in writing and must include a brief description of the work performed by the employees who are covered by each of the claims and a brief explanation of how the work performed by the employees who are covered by each of the claims is considered to be the same or substantially similar. My question is why the word brief has been deleted and the word brief explanation has been replaced with an explanation. Is that in response to ministerial advice that perhaps the brevity of the request to consolidate wasn't working? Was it the minister requesting it herself? What was the genesis of that piece of amendment? My second question is in response to the minister's answer to my question last night, and thank you for the answer. I asked the minister around when were the existing claimants and existing unions to the existing pay claims informed, and she said today. That was yesterday. I'd like to know a specific time, if possible, because the media release went out at 11:19 a.m., according to the Scoop Parliament website. So I guess my question is, did this government give enough time for the people who are currently undergoing the pay equity process to actually find out about this news, not via the media? So exactly what time were the existing claimants and existing unions told that this legislation would be going through and that their existing claims would have to be scrapped and go back to square one again?
Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yesterday I spoke about an amendment paper that I'd put up for Clause 4, and now I'd like to speak to one that I have put around Clause 10. Now, as my colleague Camilla Balich said, that because this is a substantive part in Part 1, that you're going to see in this bill there are a number of metrics that are being used across the bill that are similar. So in Clause 10, which we haven't discussed before, but it does talk about that 10-year metric, but it is talked about in a different way in this particular clause. And one of the areas that I asked the Minister yesterday and I didn't get an answer to in relationship to Clause 4 was what alternate advice did she get, which I know that as being a former minister that officials do give you a range of advice around different metrics and what that would mean. So in this particular case, Clause 10, just for clarity, Madam Chair, in clause 10 replaces subclause 6 with, despite subsection 1, a pay equity claim may not be raised within, oh sorry, I've got the wrong one right there, I'll just read that again. Clause 10 amends section 13E by replacing subsection 6 with the effect that there is now an amended test to be met before a person who is covered by a previous pay equity claim settlement may raise a new claim in relation to the same work. It must be at least 10 years since the past settlement. So, Madam Chair, one of the things that has come through loud and clear in the past not even 24 hours yet is that people are feeling really disheartened by the fact that that 10-year metric has been used. It feels like, and we've heard it on the news, we've heard it through different forms of media, I've seen it coming through via social media as well, is that the 10-year seems to be very dispiriting to people and not understanding where that has come from. So we've made, myself and a couple of my other colleagues have put amendment papers forward that give alternate timelines for this particular clause because we don't know what other advice the Minister got here, and I'm asking the Minister to be transparent around that. What was the other advice around metrics that were given to her in this particular case? What were the reasons behind, or what were those reasons that the Minister didn't go with the alternate advice that would have been provided to her? That's the reason, the whole reason, Madam Chair, as to why we've come up with these amendment papers for clause 10, because we just don't know why the 10-year and the Minister did say that it was about, it gives it time, but we don't know why that was superior to alternate advice because we haven't had an answer to what that alternate advice was and why it was rejected. So in our minds, the 10 years does not stand up because we can make equally valid and stronger arguments for different metrics. And so therefore, I want the Minister to be transparent around the advice that she has been given, but I also want to know and be convinced that that 10-year that she settled upon is valid by evidence, researched, thorough, what is happening elsewhere in the world that they have got 10 years as their metrics anywhere else in the world. I just don't know. We do not know because we haven't had the opportunity to take this to select committee. We haven't had the opportunity, which we would have had at a select committee, to ask officials these questions. And even when I asked questions on other clauses like clause 4 last night, this was not answered. And yet this is central to the whole argument of why people are being so impacted emotionally and feeling so dispirited around what is being presented to them, because they have no understanding of where the Minister's advice has landed, because she has not been transparent around what alternates were given to her and why she rejected them. So that is why it's a very, I very much would like to know that and know exactly why we have landed on this part and the evidence that supports it.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'm going to take some more calls, but I am starting to hear arguments against the bill that we heard yesterday. And I understand to the people that are making those arguments, they're relevant arguments for them, but I really want specific questions rather than 5-minute speeches. So I'm going to call... Point of order, Glenn Beard.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, because I have been listening very closely last night and this morning, and obviously we have, I know Camilla Bellich has made clear in terms of Speaker's rulings. Just want your guidance, because I hear what you say, just to understand that there's a whole lot of, in fact there's very little we've actually traversed. in terms of this section.
My point is that we've heard the arguments against loud and clear, looking for specific questions that clarify what the minister's doing. So that's what I'm looking for.
So speaking to the point of order, so
Yes.
the fact that we can just continue to prosecute clause by clause by clause,
Well, we've
asking
kind of
questions
gone
on
out of
that.
that range. You haven't built a system in this case where, normally in other cases you've run through. So I'm taking questions on clauses. I'm not running a clause by clause system because that's what I haven't seen. But I want questions on clauses.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Helen White.
Thank you.
Oh, point of order, Camilla Ballard.
Just in terms of the system, I appreciate there have been a number of chairs because of the duration of the debate, but my understanding from our side was that we were, but due to the fact that there was no select committee process and relying on two speakers' rulings that I mentioned last night, speaking in general terms initially, and I think you've had an indication this morning that we're now going in a clause-by-clause manner. My understanding
No, I haven't said clause by clause. I said I want specific clause. I want questions related to specific clauses. I haven't actually said we're not ranking the
Madam Chair.
clauses.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Madam Chair, because of.
This is a point of order. So I'd ask for point of orders to be heard in silence. I just want to clarify that I'm not going numerically clause by clause, but I am asking for the questions to be related to a clause number.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just clarifying that it's now our intention to go more clause by clause. Maybe not cover every clause, but my understanding is we're on page 5 of the bill.
And it has to be new
yes,
as well.
I understand that, Madam Chair, but one final point that I would make in my point of order would be to draw your attention to the fact that when you look at the clauses, a number of the clauses have slightly different ways of implementing the policy intent of this. So, for example, merit and arguable is mentioned slightly differently.
Yep, understand that. So I just encourage you, I'll take a call from Camilla Ballard now to ask those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to go through this in detail. Obviously, there's a lot of concern around this bill because of the way it's been brought to the House, and so it is important that we do, and the opportunities that we do have to scrutinise this, to make sure that we do it thoroughly, and that's our intention here, to work with the Chair to make sure that we're able to do that. So I do appreciate the ability to clarify that and also to take this call. So the question that I do have a number of amendments, and if I have time I'll speak to my amendment to clause 10, but before I get to clause 10, in clause 9, I wanted to ask the Minister in relation to clause 9, which implements new section 13DA, in relation to this particular requirement, how is this consistent with the purpose of the bill? Because my understanding of the new section that has been implemented in this particular clause is that it makes claims, it means that people have to go through quite a long different areas that are outlined in 13E to ensure that the claim has merit or is considered to be consistent with what she believes a pay equity claim could be. So what I want to ask the Minister is, how did she arrive at this particular list as outlined in 13E, which is implemented in 13DA, and why and how is that consistent with the purpose of facilitating the resolution of pay equity claims? Because I don't, and I haven't heard yet from the Minister, and I would be interested to hear that. So that is my first question to the Minister in relation to that particular clause. Moving on now to clause 10, I do have, and I'll just double check here, I think that I have one amendment on this particular clause, and that amendment is in clause 10 to delete clause 10.6. And the reason that I've suggested that, Madam Chair, is because I have a particular issue, and this did come up last night, but I think it's hasn't been followed through in terms of the implications of it to the Minister, and that's why I've suggested deleting it in my amendment that I'm speaking to. the claim that may not be raised within 10 years of a pay equity settlement being reached. And so last night the Minister clarified that for two of the most significant claims that had been brought into effect in New Zealand with the support of many, or if not everyone in the House, those, because they were settled in 2017 and 2018, will have to wait for 10 years. Now, this is retrospective. So this is essentially taking away the right of those people. So we currently have claim in the Employment Relations Authority for care and support workers. They will not be able to pursue that claim until at least 2027, 2028 for mental health workers. Did the Minister consider having the bill the way that she wants it to be, which of course we disagree with strongly, but not having a retrospective element to existing claims? So I know she says that she wants to have a new system and she doesn't want to have two different types of claims. I don't actually see how a claim, if care and support workers and mental health workers were able to bring a claim after royal assent in this bill, I don't see how that would create a two-system, something that creates two different systems. And the Minister may, and I'm interested to hear a response to that, she may say, well, the government invested millions of dollars in the pay equity settlement when it was first implemented in 2017, 2018. Well, time has moved on. The effect of that pay equity settlement is now that most care and support workers are on the minimum wage. So there clearly isn't an argument to say that they've received a benefit and therefore they should wait for another 10 years because they're on the minimum wage. I mean, anyone working has to be paid that amount. There is clearly no benefit from having that pay equity settlement at all. So I suggest that that is deleted. I mean, there may have to be subsequent amendments to if the Minister agrees with my what I'm putting forward. But this seems to be a terrible injustice, and I don't think the Minister's answers to date justify making those care and support workers and those mental health workers wait another few years before they're even able to file their claim. And of course, settlement for some of these claims. Christine Bartlett's claim took her 5 years. Are we really asking care and support workers to wait that long before they can raise their claim?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respond to a few of the questions raised this morning. Firstly, to Lawrence Sunan asking whether or not I would consider changing Schedule 1 with the element of retrospectivity. I just wanted to clarify that the only part of the bill that is retrospective is the clauses that make the existing review clauses unenforceable. The reason behind this is because the short 3-year time frame in the review does make it difficult to determine whether or not genuine sex-based discrimination has re-emerged after such a short period of time in comparison to other short-term labour market conditions. I do actually think having an extended time frame makes the bill more robust. So no, I won't be considering changes to that. Camilla Bellich did ask whether or not we would agree with her tabled amendment to change the purpose of the Act. No, that is not something that I will consider. The member's proposed amendment does not reflect the purpose of Part 4 of the Equal Pay Act and the amendments proposed. Jan Tanetti has also asked what alternative advice was I given about the time frame before a claim can be raised. I'd just like the member to note that I also considered whether to not allow claims to be re-raised at all, so claims would be full and final, but I decided against that in recognition that sex-based discrimination could re-arise. And so this is why we have ended up with a claim being able to be re-raised after a 10-year time frame. Francisco Fernandez asked why the word brief had been deleted in relation to a request to consolidate in section 130. We believe that this change to the clause will assist other parties to assess whether or not it's appropriate to agree to consolidate a claim. This will help to ensure that claims are appropriately scoped, and that will support a more workable pay equity process. The change requires a more detailed description of what the work is and how it is the same or substantially similar, and that is a benefit for all parties involved. Camilla Bellich then went on to ask whether or not we would remove the 10-year time frame limit. I believe I've discussed this one at length. The answer to that is no, we won't be agreeing to her tabled amendment. The 10-year time frame, I believe, builds confidence and more robustness into the system, that we can see genuine sex-based discrimination re-emerge. A very short time frame means that that could be conflated with short-term labour market conditions. Then Jan Tonetti asked whether or not we would agree to her tabled amendment to reduce the time frames for the re-raising of a claim. Once again, that's a no. This does not provide sufficient time to correctly identify whether or not sex-based undervaluation has re-emerged.
Rachel Boyack.
Madam Chair, I just note that this is the first opportunity I've had to take a call in the committee stage of this bill, and I do have a number of questions for the Minister and a number of tabled amendments that I'd like to be able to speak to. So I just want to note that that's my intention, that this is the first opportunity I've had to take a call. So I want to speak to my amendment on clause 11, tabled amendment, and ask some questions of the Minister regarding this. So just to note from the explanatory note in the bill that clause 11 changes one of the sections here. Changes, first of all, the threshold to be met, but the piece I want to talk to specifically is the part which says, besides this change of threshold, new section 13F requires that the claimed undervaluation of work must be based on reasonable grounds and must be both historical and continuing, rather than either historical or current. And I just want to make some commentary around that. So, Madam Chair, my comment around that is that we see examples of historic pay inequity that can go back decades, and in many cases goes back years and decades. But we also will see examples where it goes forward. So we can see that that particular issue hasn't been resolved, or it has potential to be unresolved. And what concerns us in the Labor Party is that the Minister is basically making this harder to reach the threshold, and I'd like to know from the Minister why it is, so that's my question to the Minister, why it is that she's made this harder, why she wouldn't look at a particular occupation that may, looking right now, have some of that inequality addressed, but still have those historic elements, because one of the issues around pay equity, and this does come up in other clauses, is around that retrospective approach. And so one of the reasons why we believe on this side that it's important to look at historic or current is that there are times when a claim can and should be made, in our view, to address some of those historic injustices. So I do just want to talk to my amendment paper, just noting that this is one of a number of amendments that I have. I also have one on clause 10, but and a few on part 2 as well. So I'm going to talk to those as the morning continues. But my amendment paper, which in clause 11, new section 13F1B2, replace taking into account all relevant matters set out in subsection 3 with for one or more of the reasons set out in subsection 3. And also, Madam Speaker, I'll wait for a separate call to ask questions on other clauses, because I'd like to hear from the Minister on that specific question that I have, but I do want to, I'll take a shorter call now, just but noting that I would like to come back to some further clauses later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Camilla Bellich.
Chair, I want to ask some questions around the definition of appropriate comparator in clause 7. The Minister made a number of comments, and there has been a number of comments made around the appropriateness of comparators and how that works in a pay equity process, and using some examples. You know, why would you? I can't remember the exact example, but why would you compare an air traffic controller to a nurse or something of that ilk? And I think it would be worthwhile hearing from the Minister the reasoning behind her decision making on comparators, because with the selection of the appropriate comparator in Clause 7, she is essentially, with the new system of comparators she's introducing, assuming and giving extra weight to people who work for the same employer in terms of the similarity of their role. And I wanted to ask why that was, because there is actually no particular magic in having, for a pay equity claim, in having the same employer to compare two different job roles. The best thing is obviously to try and get the most similar comparator that you would ever possibly get, and my view is that you should be able to look widely for that in order to be the most accurate. The Minister is making a policy decision here to make people look to their employers in similar industries first. So I wanted to ask, why did she decide to do that? And I wanted to ask a few technical questions around the use of comparators, because essentially, when you're looking for a comparator, you will never find someone who has the exact same skills or job description. And I think there is a little bit of a misconception, and certainly from some of the comments that the Minister has made, it appears that there is a misconception around how these types of job evaluations go. So it's not looking necessarily at the job description, it's looking what you actually do in your role. And so most jobs, for example, even if we look at jobs which appear to be very different, will have an element of human interaction in them. They'll have an element of having to deal with complex people's emotions, having to deal with stress. These can be common to different jobs, even though they appear on the outside to be very different, and that is how we understand the historic undervaluation. We look towards skills that have often been undervalued by society, like taking care of children, and we realise that actually when you take care of children you have to be a very well-organised manager, you have to manage emotions, you have to do lots of complex things that may not have been appreciated by society. So I wanted to ask a technical question. I think I might know what the answer to this might be, but I'd be interested to hear the Minister's thoughts. When she is looking at comparators, she seems to be moving towards wanting to have and appearing to say that the current system does not allow the choice of appropriate comparators now. Is that correct? I'd like to know the answer to that. Secondly, there is a concept in pay equity negotiations which is to look at composite comparators. So, for example, instead of looking at one job role, as we do now, we can look at a few different job roles that might be male-dominated, and there might be an aspect in security that is more similar to a care and support worker's role because of some of the nature of the people that they're dealing with. There may be an element in relation to stress, which is more higher likely related to an air traffic controller. Those are just examples, not necessarily the best ones, but essentially a composite character would be taking a job role and looking to see maybe if 3 or 4 different male-dominated roles were more accurate to compare that to a female-dominated role. I don't see that idea reflected in this legislation, but I want to genuinely ask if this is something that is possible. Probably not is my guess, but I would like to hear that from the Minister, or whether she considered something like that, because the reason I think that's important, Madam Speaker, in relation to this appropriate comparator definition that has been brought in, is it seems to me that if you're looking at, which the Minister seems to say is very important, the most appropriate comparators, it would be more flexible and more likely to produce an accurate comparator if you're able to look at several different job roles and not, say, one individual. In the UK, for example, it is one individual. You have to find like a particular human being person to do that. We don't necessarily do that in New Zealand today. We look at job roles, but this kind of composite aspect of it would possibly lead to more accuracy that the Minister seems to be desiring from this process. And so I genuinely want to know if she received advice on this, if she's turned her mind to it, whether it's something that's possible under this particular piece of legislation, whether it's something that she would consider.
Madam Chair, Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask you specifically, Minister, about Clause 7. And that means that I need to flick to Clause 13, because I actually want to ask you about 13, it's page 16, and it's 13ZE8. And that talks about when selecting comparators, the parties must take into account additional matters prescribed in the regulations. What I want to know is, this is in the exclusions, and so there's an exclusion to your rule, but then there seems to be a very open season here as to what could be an exclusion beyond it. And I wondered whether this, because we're going through urgency in the way we are, whether this has been before the regulatory standards people, because what it seems to be doing is suggesting that anything can be added, even though the prerogative of the legislature is to create those rules. And so I wanted to know what the minister had in mind would be included by way of regulation, and whether that had been appropriately scrutinised in this process, and if not, whether the minister would undertake that it would be. I would also like to know about clause 8, which is, or section 8, section 13D is amended. It says the union right to represent members, and that takes us to, so I'm always looking for what's different about it. There is a difference in your section in clause 10 here, which is we replace unions with circumstances in which unions. I would really genuinely like to know what's the intention there. Why would we do that? And what has she got in mind there? What's the point of the change? I'd really like an explanation. Finally, I want to ask about the issue over exceptional circumstances. Now, I understood the minister was answering my question by saying, when I asked about what an exceptional circumstance was, I understood her to be saying, I don't know what an exceptional circumstance is, we're just writing that down, and the courts will sort out that later. That worries me, because an exceptional circumstance has got to be something out of the normal, and my concern is, what about all the cases where the normal is manifestly unjust? So I gave the minister an example of a woman who has worn out, she's not going to be there in 10 years' time. She needs an answer now, and she needs her claim to be heard because she has been discriminated against. Is that going to be exceptional circumstances? And the minister said that she couldn't tell me whether it was or not. What I wondered was whether she had considered that the trouble with that is that an exceptional circumstance has to be something that isn't normal, and that might be quite normal for that to happen, that people do age out or wear out, and that's normal. And I wondered whether she would consider replacing the phrase with one which was more directive as to what the court should look at, because that doesn't direct in the right way. And I have just used the example of manifestly unjust. Now, I'm not thrilled with manifestly unjust, because I think unjust is bad enough, really, in these circumstances. We're trying to deal with a systemic justice issue and discrimination, and so any discrimination should be looked at. But manifestly unjust is one that we've adopted quite recently in other legislation to make sure that people weren't harmed in a way that was outrageous. And so I wondered whether she'd considered using a term which actually did the job of looking at the injustice. Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to your answers. Sorry, I will actually cede to my colleague. I know that she's got another question. Sorry?
Sorry, the call is yours.
Yes, but thank you. I'm as long as I get an answer to those questions, I'd rather follow up once I have. Thank you.
Mr Chair.
All right. The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Oh, thank you for this call, Mr Chair. We've got a long way to go in this debate. It's a substantial change to our employment legislation, and it's a change that really creates tremendous difficulty for women. I want to talk about a tabled amendment in my name, and it amends clause 15. Now, clause 15 allows employers to opt out of multi-employer pay equity claims. And and there's a new section has come into this. So it enables an employer to opt out of a claim. Then new section 13L10 says that a party may not apply to the authority, the Employment Relations Authority, under section 13ZY for a determination concerning an employer's decision under this section to opt out of a multi-employer claim. So what it means in plain language is that a pay equity claim across multi-employers can go in, but a single employer can opt out of that claim, and more to the point, they can do it without there being any appeal, without there being any way for the employees affected by that to actually appeal the employer's decision, to find a way to get a separate judgment on it. So this is a very, very simple amendment, and what I've suggested is that in we're going to amend clause 15.2, which is the one that actually specifically has the new section 13L10, just to take the word not out, so that a party may apply to the Employment Relations Authority for a determination concerning an employer's decision. Now, that seems to me to be entirely reasonable, that if an employer can unilaterally opt out of a pay equity process, that at the very least, the reasonableness of that decision should be considered by the Employment Relations Authority. Now, the reason that this one particularly caught my eye was that after the Minister told us last night to Google the people whose pay equity claims had just been unilaterally struck out by this legislation, we managed to get the information, because she didn't have it at hand herself, but so we found the information, and sitting in here are the tertiary education library assistants. Now, this is really interesting, because in the Minister's new legislation, the threshold for taking a pay equity claim is 70%. 70% of the workforce must be female over a period of 10 years. That's an and, isn't it? 70% and 10 years, as far as I understand. But the information we have about tertiary education library assistants is that across the universities, and I don't know about the polytechnics, I'd like the Minister to clarify that, because surely she would have done the work on this, that 68 to 85% female across the universities. So some universities are down at 68% female in terms of tertiary education library assistants, and some are up at 85% female. So what this gives is a very clear case of a pay claim that was underway, where across a multi-employer workforce, overall the workforce is going to be at well above 70%, given that 68 to 85. But particular universities might be down at 68%. And so what's happened here is, because an employer can opt out at their own will, with no appeal in place, those universities sitting at 68% have got every incentive just to drop out. So this amendment is a very straightforward one, and I think it's an entirely reasonable one. I think it's one on which the Minister could give way quite easily, because it's a very simple amendment. And there should be no reason why that decision of one employer to opt out of a multi-employer pay equity claim should not be subject to at least some kind of review. So let's take that word "not" out.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll take the time to consider some of these questions. Firstly, in the name of Camilla Balich, we had a question regarding Clause 9. How is this consistent with the purposes of the bill, especially as it is in relation to Section 13E? The requirements in 13E are already in the Act. The changes are intended to ensure that employers consider them appropriately when making a decision on a claim. We had an amendment paper by Rachel Boyack, which is seeking to lower the threshold on merit. I don't believe that this is something the government will be supporting. It's not considering all relevant matters that may contribute to sex-based discrimination, would not ensure that genuine claims are progressed, so the government will not be supporting that amendment paper. We had a question from Francisco Hernandez about whether or not the government gave enough time for claimants and exactly what time they were told. I've been informed that PSA and the CTU were informed about an announcement coming before it was made yesterday morning. There were further calls throughout the day to NZEI, PPTA and the Primary Principals Collective Bargaining Union were notified by phone at some point after 11. Between that and 11:30, and then the Secondary Principals Association was notified shortly after that. Camilla Balich had a query about whether or not the system is not allowing for a correct, appropriate selection of comparators. The current system does allow for multi-comparators to be used, but it also allows comparators to be selected that are from quite different industries and very different sectors. And so why are we requiring comparators to be in close proximity to be selected? Well, at large, I believe this builds in confidence and robustness to the system. The change will ensure that comparators perform comparable work and that the comparators selected are more closely related to the employer, which I believe will reduce secondary noise, things like CPI, other labour market conditions, which are quite varied. And the closer you get to the workforce that you are in, the closer we can make any resolutions of sex-based discrimination. Camilla Balich also then asked, does the bill allow parties to use composite comparators? The bill still does allow parties to select more than one comparator where they are available at the relevant level of the hierarchy. Helen White then asks, what regulations do I intend to make regarding the selection of comparators? The ability to make regulations regarding selection of comparators is already within the Act. This bill is simply reapplying it, and at this stage I don't have intentions to make regulations in this area. Helen White then also asks, why are we not defining the exceptional circumstances? I mean, that's the whole point of exceptional circumstances, and the nature of them is that they're quite difficult to predict because they are exceptional. This is a common kind of provision to give a judiciary the role of a determination. Deborah Russell then also asked, can we delete the word not in section 13L? No, that is not what the government will be doing. We don't support this. Requiring reasons to allow legal challenge would limit the ability of employers to ensure that pay equity bargaining is aligned with existing bargaining structures in employment bargaining.
Right, just before I take the next call, I've been watching this all morning. I'd note the observations and the comments by the previous chair around the need for specific references to amendment papers and to sections. We've pretty much covered the general tenure of the bill, so that's where the debate will need to continue. Camilla Balich.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to take this call. I do have quite a few amendment papers that I haven't spoken to. I will jump forward a little bit in the bill, which I'm sure the Minister will be pleased to hear. I'd also note that the schedule is in Part 1. The reason I mention that is we've recently just tabled a number of amendments relating to that schedule that haven't been touched on at all, and they're relating to the specific claims. So I'm sure the members who have those amendments in their name will wish to speak to that. So just flagging that once we go through the clauses, there are a number of amendments to that schedule. So the first one that I wanted to raise with the Minister, and I might go through some of these amendments at pace, which I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear, Mr. Chair. So the first one I wanted to raise is an amendment that I have put forward around 13PA, that's in clause 20. And this particular amendment looks at the requirement for the employer to give notice of their decisions to the union or the workers that are taking the claim. So at the most 60 working days after the employer receives a pay equity claim. Now I have suggested an amendment to reduce that to 20 days. The reason that I have done that is because I think 60 working days is a very long time the employer to effectively give a decision. And of course with these things, we know one of the, legitimate criticisms of the system is the fact that it does take a long time. And so I think where there are efficiencies to be made, it should be in order to allow I haven't actually had the time to check if that's the current number of days in the existing Act. Obviously she's changing this and saying she wants to make it more effective. So, why has she arrived at that particular day? But I do think one of the things we can all agree on is that women should be maybe we don't all agree on it. I think in general it is a difficult principle to disagree with, that women who are entitled to equal pay should have that as soon as possible. So I want to know from the Minister, does she accept my amendment? What was the reasoning for choosing that particular number of days? I also have an amendment, and I appreciate other members may have some other things that they wish to discuss in the intervening clauses, but the next one that I wanted to specifically raise was in relation to 13ZE, which is selecting appropriate comparators. Now, we haven't specifically talked about this particular clause, although we have talked about the fact that one of the major policy changes in this bill is the way that the Minister has decided to change the way that comparators are selected. I believe that the substantive nature of that is in 13ZE, which has not been discussed in detail. This is an incredibly detailed section or clause as it is now, and it essentially puts into practice what we have talked about, the policy intent of the hierarchy of comparators. And I would like the Minister to reflect on, she has said to us in her answer that the reason that she has decided that there is a good policy reason to make sure the comparator is closely connected to the claimant's employer is because that is more likely to determine sex-based discrimination. Now, I don't understand why that is. I don't understand why, when you're looking at undervaluation by society, the proximity to an employer is more likely to show sex-based discrimination. Because, of course, when we're talking about pay equity claims, which we are here, we are talking about the undervaluation of skills by society. This is not something like a equal pay claim, where you may be looking at the exact actions of a particular employer. Often there are reasons within the society that have led to the undervaluation. So my suggestion is that you get rid of that particular clause. This was actually the main reason that there was a different bill that was brought in by Labor than the one suggested by National. So this is a significant clause. This is the reason that the legislation was substantively changed from what was suggested by the previous National government. So I want to know why.
The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Mr Chair, I want to take the Minister, please, to the schedule and to clause 8 of the schedule. And I've got a practical question that is concerning me at the moment from the list that came through that the Minister said to Google yesterday, and we got that list overnight and we've got that in front of us now. My question is around that on this list it seems to clump some of the claims together, and it has clumped the teacher's claim together, and I'm presuming when I add all of this up that we get to the 33 by separating the teacher's claims. Now, my question and wondering here goes back to clause 4 and the interaction between clause 4 of part 1 and the schedule. In clause 4, it talks about raising that threshold to 70%. Now, in the claims on the answer to the written questions that the Minister gave that she highlighted last night, in that teacher's claims, it talks about the percentage of female teachers across all sectors is 82.4%. But when you break that down, the percentage of secondary teachers in state and state integrated schools sits at 63.6%. And considering that is a different union, teacher union, is the Minister then saying that secondary teachers through their PPTA union would not be able to put a claim in, a pay equity claim in here, because they're sitting under that 70%. And if that is the case, does that not then create an unintended consequence of a differentiation that is going to be huge if the primary teachers and the early childhood teachers were successful in a pay equity claim, that they would go well above the secondary teachers? Now, I say that because the two collective agreements are inherently linked or legislatively linked through the pay parity agreement. And while pay equity claims are not about the collective agreements, this is going to have a huge impact on the collective agreement and on the teaching profession as a whole. So my question is, there are two separate claims there, or is the Minister ensuring in that schedule that those current claims that were in place that are getting dropped, but knowing that they're going to come forward again, that secondary teachers would be seen as part of teachers as a whole and would have that pathway to a pay equity process? Because if they don't, there is a huge issue that is coming government's way. So that is my question. I want to leave it at that. I don't want to take it any further, but I'm really concerned about the unintended consequences going forward in that space.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Firstly, to Deborah Russell, who asks about the tertiary education library assistants having a range across universities, and does that mean if an employer opts out, some won't meet the 70% requirement? No. The 70% requirement does apply to the workforce. It doesn't apply to the workforce of a particular employer. I've got a question from Helen White. What change is intended in Clause 8? Under Clause 8, the bill simply separates out the requirement to raise a claim in order to be clear what claimants need to provide and what employers need to decide. We've got a tabled amendment which Camilla Bellich discussed in Clause 13PA, replacing 60 working days with 20 working days. That would not provide sufficient time to assess if claims are eligible to be raised and whether or not they have merit. Another question from Camilla Bellich about why does the bill introduce a hierarchy? Well, that's because under the current Act, it doesn't provide enough rules on how to choose an appropriate comparator. the current process requires the parties to exercise a significant amount of judgment, which can lead to comparators being chosen even when the comparator's work is very different to the claimant. An example is that under our current system, we have fishery officers and corrections officers being used repeatedly in claims as varied as administrative and clerical staff, nurses, and school library staff. Another question then in relation to Camilla's next table amendment to delete 13ZE, essentially around the hierarchy of comparators. I won't be doing that. I believe the hierarchy of comparators means that parties can choose comparators in closer proximity to the employee, and that in effect reduces the level of judgment that's required to compare the complaint and the comparator's work and remuneration, which is better and makes our system more robust. I've then had a question from Jan Tonetti about whether or not this change means that some teachers can't raise a claim as they may not reach a 70% requirement. Ultimately, it is up to unions to raise claims that meet the new thresholds and requirements.
Mr. Chair. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Mr. Chair, my question, I've been trying a while, Mr. Chair, but thank you for choosing me, is in relation to 13DA under that, and it goes into the point around, and it's under 6 of that section, that it's the point that the pay equity claim may not be raised within 10 years after the date. And my question on this is, I have received advice that this may cause problems with our international obligations under CEDAW. And so CEDAW is a convention of the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, which New Zealand signed up to in 1985. And so we have obligations to regularly report on how we are complying with those conventions that we have signed up to. And it is important to note that the purpose of that, the 3 principles in that convention, that UN convention that we have actually signed up to, is non-discrimination against women, but the second point is the state's obligation under that. So we have an international convention that we are party to and regularly report on that requires us to show the state's obligation to how we are complying with that agreement, and also to demonstrate how we are striving to promote equality for women and girls. So the issue I have is that because there is no regulatory impact statement for this particular piece of legislation, and also for the fact that the cabinet paper that we're able to see has had the human rights section completely withheld, that we are receiving now information that there is potentially a problem with what we've signed up to under CEDAW with that particular provision. There's other provisions too that also we are concerned about how that would cause problems for New Zealand internationally for the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination against Women. But my question to the Minister is specifically, did she receive advice that we would be contravening our international obligations with that provision that a pay equity claim may not be raised within 10 years after the date of a pay equity claim settlement if the claim would relate to any or all of the employees covered by the settlement and the work which the settlement relates. So that is the particular point. There are others as well. And the reason I raise this point, Mr. Chair, is because it puts the ability to scrutinise these types of things, international obligations to prevent the discrimination of women and girls, that we potentially are contravening our UN obligations, and we are unable to have a verified answer on this because there is no regulatory impact statement and the part of the cabinet paper has been withheld. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I think it is important to highlight that if we look at that, it was April 2024 that this went to cabinet. April 2024. That is a year ago that this paper went to Cabinet. Subsequently, Cabinet Committee signed off that Cabinet agreement on the 24th of December, in December 2024. So why do we not only the opposition, but members of the public have the ability to understand why is that information not being made available for us to fully comprehend whether we're complying with our international obligations for discrimination against women and girls? If this has been to Cabinet a year ago and subsequently to Cabinet Committee, there needs to be additional information provided to us in order to fully understand whether we are in fact complying with CEDAW. We need to be reporting on this annually, and there is some pretty strong advice coming into us that when we need to report back in 2025, we will not be complying with our obligations under a strong international convention that we have been that has been ratified since 1985. This is a long period of time. We need to have some clear answers from the Minister whether she's received advice on whether we have breached the ratification of that international agreement.
Mr. Chair. I just note at the moment that a lot of the questions are going on for the full 5 minutes. Under requirement, or it's a necessity now to be a little bit more specific, I just will invite members to wonder whether they need to quite have as much context into those questions as they currently do. Rachel Boyack.
Mr. Chair, appreciate the opportunity to take a second call, and as I did indicate my earlier call, I do have a number of amendments and a number of questions, and I will seek to keep my call concise and just stick to that. But I do note just one important point is that we haven't had a select committee process, and so as we are going through this process and as the Minister answers questions and as we obtain more documents, we do have more questions that come along. And so that is one of the reasons why we are taking the time to ask this level of question. We also didn't have a regulatory impact statement, and so there are a whole lot of questions that would normally be answered through a regulatory impact statement that we aren't able to find, and so that means that as we are going through this process, the opposition is taking that level of time that we need. So I just want to make that point, because these are the kinds of questions we would normally have answered through a RIS, but also be able to engage with officials for, often 3 or 4 hours every couple of weeks during a select committee process. This is what we have instead of that. So I just want to note that that's why we're going to prosecute this for a very long period of time. So my specific question is in relation to my tabled amendment to the schedule. So I'll just note the schedule that Part A 1 and 2 around existing pay equity claims. This is the piece in the schedule that says that all existing pay equity claims are discontinued on the commencement date. I'm just reflecting on my old comments from my colleague Damien O'Connor. It is outrageous. The question I have for the Minister before I just speak to my amendment is, did she consider transition and savings clauses around this? Because to just ultimately just cut off all of those claims that are in existence, and for some of them they'll have to wait, and all of them will have to start again and redo the whole process. First of all, did the Minister consider putting in place a transition plan for those 33 clauses? And again, I come back to the fact there isn't a RIS. This is the type of information that would have been included in a RIS, but we don't have access to the Minister's advice that she received and decision making around that, and I'd like to know in detail whether she did consider a transition plan. And then the second piece I just want to raise is to speak to my tabled amendment, which is actually to delete that part, which means that those claims would continue to be live. The view of the Labour Party is very clear that all of those existing claims that are in the process now, it is bad faith, it is not good faith to just dismiss them immediately. And so we have an amendment paper in my name that would mean that cancellation of that claim doesn't happen, and will the Minister, given how serious it is for hundreds of thousands of workers. Will the Minister consider supporting that amendment?
Mr Chair. Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I will respond to the question made by Jenny Anderson asking about whether or not our claims, whether or not this bill will comply with international obligations, and questions around the date this went through Cabinet. The government has a range of international obligations, and the government took these obligations into account in its decision making. I can assure the member that Cabinet made these policy decisions in March of this year. In relation to Rachel Boyack's questions about her tabled amendment paper, the government will not be supporting this paper. I deem it as necessary for the claims to be going through the same system, as it would be messier for having two different systems set up at the same time for claims to be reviewed underneath that, and that's why the government has moved to draw a distinct line in the sand and have all claims go through one process.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to move on and ask the Minister some specific questions around Clause 29, Section 13ZE and ZD and 13ZE. And I think the first question I have is around 13ZD, and this is the new subclause 3 around assessment, in making these sort of assessments. And specifically, I want to check the Minister in terms of the understanding of the new subclause 3B and the term recognize. Now, in A, it used the term consider, but B, it just says recognize. Now, one of the issues that we do have when we're looking at the way that the assessments are made, because again, it says, in A, it says consider the matter objectively without assumptions based on sex, taking the following into account. But often when we do find the type of work that we're talking about, it is, as expressed in B, that commonly overlooked or undervalued in work that is performed by our workforce, such as social and communication skills. But my concern is recognize just means that, oh, we know it's there, but it may not necessarily mean consider in making the assessment. Can I just check that even though the term is recognized, that when making the assessment, that the employer will still need to take, or the parties to a pay equity claim still need to take seriously the importance of skills, responsibility, efforts, and conditions that have been commonly overlooked and undervalued? That's my first question. Now, in terms of 13ZE, I thank the Minister for her response on the method of selection and hierarchy. But one of the questions I have is around the fact that in 13ZE subclause 8, what we are seeing is the tie into Section 19 of the existing legislation, which is what the current legislation states, which talks about the way that regulations are made. So I'm just want to check whether, just because it doesn't refer to Section 19 when it says prescribed by regulations as prescribed by Section 19, that is still the intention that we're talking about the definition of regulations under Section 19. So that's my second question. My third question is around 13ZEA on employee decides no appropriate comparators available. Now, we have heard before the explanation from ministers on comparators, but I wanted to check, because it says if the employer decides that no appropriate comparators are available, they can just essentially stop the claim from there. It seems like it's not a consideration that is being made by both parties. So in that case, when it's just the employer who determines that there's no appropriate comparator that are available, how would the employer make those kind of decisions? And does it need to be based on evidence? Because it's not specified in this clause. And can I just check that the only recourse for the claimant in that case is laid out in subclause 2B, whereas the only way for the claimant to move this forward is by applying to authority for the determination of that decision. So those are, I guess, 4 questions I have. The first one is around the definition for the term recognized in 30ZD3B, on whether recognize have the same meaning as consider, and if not, what are the mechanisms that it needs to be considered seriously. My second question is around consistency of 13ZE subclause 8, whether the regulations there will still be consistent with the existing section 19 of the bill. My third and fourth question is around 13ZEA, on whether the employer has sole mandate or determination to decide if there is an appropriate comparator, and if it is the only recourse for the claimant in that case to apply to the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the call this morning. And this is my first opportunity to speak on this legislation. Can I just open by saying shame on those men in the National Party that are standing to put a closure motion forward to an equity claim that affect women the most. But Mr. Chair, I'll get on with it. I appreciate that opportunity just to acknowledge that and to speak to my amendment to the Pay Equity Amendment Bill. Amendment here, Mr. Chair, Schedule Clause 8, a new subclause 5. And that amendment is that none of the provisions in the schedule affect the existing claim by tertiary education administration and clerical workers. Of course, I started my career in this particular area at the University of Auckland and have actively supported kaimahi workers in this particular place. Mr. Chair, TEU has been working through what has been a very slow process of a pay equity claim for the administrators and clerical workers, and we have had the Minister respond to the library staff, and can I just note on the Hansard record that most library staff actually have master's degrees as a requirement of their job, and this is why we use different comparators, because there are a few sectors that have the same requirement. Mr. Chair, this particular amendment is because the group of workers that in this instance are, this is considered feminised work for the administrators and clerical workers, but also, has the highest percentage of women workers here. So we know that the role that they play is important, and I think of student support workers who have an administrative function in their role. They are affected in these particular areas across the 8 universities in this country. It's been a large topic of discussion at Waipapa Taumatarau, the University of Auckland. This effectively would halt that, and so, really, given the reaction in the last 24 hours on this, I really would appreciate the Minister considering my amendment that would effectively remove this from the legislation that she has put forward, giving administration and clerical workers a chance to negotiate. Second to that, Mr. Speaker, on a new subject area, I do acknowledge that in this legislation, the Ministry does refer particularly to the term sex rather than gender, and I would appreciate if the Minister could speak to that and the reason why she has used that language rather than gender, because obviously this does affect a number of our rainbow communities as well, working in and being represented in these claims. My last point there is that a lot of, going back to my amendment, is that a lot of the workers in this area not only are women, but play a functional role in supporting Māori and Pacifica. And while this isn't a priority for the ACT Party, I do expect the Minister to be able to play a role in ensuring that this work is continued and that we have a workforce that is able to play the role that we need them to. So, Minister, those three things I would appreciate if you would consider my amendment. I would appreciate if you could put an explainer forward of the language used around sex versus gender. We do appreciate more inclusive language in this House and in legislation, and largely the impact on Rainbow, Māori and Pacifica communities.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable,
Mr. Chair.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wish to respond to a couple of the questions, especially in relation to Lawrence Sunan. We've had a question in relation to section 13ZE8, which is still tied to section 19 in regulations. Yes, this is the case. Prescribed under section 13ZE8 means prescribed by regulations, as in section 19. This is also a provision that hasn't changed from the original Act. The next question is about Clause 13ZD, which is a change in language from recognise to consider. And does that mean that these factors won't get the same consideration? These matters will still need to be taken into consideration in the assessment process. This is not a substantive change to the Act. There was a question in relation to 13ZEA. Does the employer have a sole mandate to decide on the appropriate comparator? As is the case currently, parties can identify and select appropriate comparators for the assessment process. If they disagree, then they can work together to resolve the dispute if needed by mediation. I then move to Shannon Halbert asking for a claim carve-out in his tabled amendment. No, the government will not be considering that. We've made it very clear that this is about getting the legislative framework correct. It is not about any one particular single claim. There is also a question there in relation to why we have used the words sex-based discrimination, not gender-based discrimination. And I just want to make it clear that this is not something that this government has chosen. That was the language that was used by the Labour government when it passed the legislation. So that question is possibly better asked of the Labour government that put it in place.
Honourable Duncan Webb.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's just two things I want to talk about. One relates to comments made by the Minister around comparators, and we know that the clause 13ZE is adjusting the framing for comparators, and there's a concern that there's a narrowing of the ability to compare across industries. And the Minister's made some comments sort of suggesting, and I think they were, that air traffic controllers were more deserving of their higher pay than, say, social workers, and that no comparison could be made across them. And I just did want to point out that this is a really good example of exactly where the problem lies, because in fact, if you look at the careers.govt.nz website, it's actually a useful framing of the qualifications needed for various roles and what the pay expectations might be. And whereas social workers require to be a registered social worker under the current regime requires a degree, a bachelor's degree, a professional bachelor's degree, which I understand is actually 4 years in social work, air traffic control only may require, not even compulsory, but it may require level 6 qualification. And the pay indications are 52 to 92,000 for a social worker, and if we go over to a air traffic controller, it's in fact $140,000 to $228,000 for a occupation which doesn't actually require, although some of them will have, doesn't require a degree level qualification. So that's the example the Minister used to suggest that those disparities are in some way justifiable, and to be perfectly honest, it beggars belief that she could think that where there are clear comparators that you can say, there's a mismatch here, something needs to be addressed. The other thing, so that's my first point. I'd appreciate it if the Minister could address that point, because it is her own point. And the second point relates to Section 30 of the bill, which is an amendment to Section 13ZH, and that is around how pay equity claims are settled. Now, the whole concept of a pay equity claim is that there has been an unjustifiable underpayment in the subject profession across many years. Some members of the government say this isn't about the money, and other members of the government say it is. They frame it in sustainability. But I'm interested in this idea that you can phase in fair pay or equitable pay. And I want to know if we have reached a conclusion that this woman-dominated sector, these women are being underpaid as a matter of fact and law, then how is it justifiable to defer fixing the problem? How is it possible? How can it be justified to say that in the clauses the parties can agree, or the authority can determine that there is a pay equity settlement in agreed phases over a maximum of 3 years, or that there are 3 annual phases in equal amounts, if it's a determination, as I understand it. So what we've got is essentially saying to these underpaid women, yes, you're underpaid. We've gone through a long and arduous process to reach that conclusion, but we'll let you get your appropriate pay, your pay which is equivalent to your male counterparts in a male-dominated industries, not today, not tomorrow, not this year, not next year, but the year after that. Can you, Minister, tell the underpaid women of New Zealand how it is appropriate or fair or good government or inconsistent with your party's claimed equal rights framework to underpay women knowingly for 3 years after they have reached their equity claim?
Glenn Bennett.
Really short question for the Minister. In clause 20, where new section 13PA and 13PB is inserted, before section 13Q, 13PA talks about time limit for employers' decisions about pay equity claim. Now, my question is just around language. Can I just ask the Minister, it says here that an employer who receives a pay equity claim must, as soon as reasonably practicable, after receiving it. Now, is this traditional language that of the crafting of legislation? Because my question really is, what is reasonably practical? That is my question. The second one in that is part B, which talks about equity claims that have merit. Now, the definition of merit, again, just language for the House, is that traditionally how it's done? So that's 1B, where it talks about the pay equity claim has merit. What actually defines merit in legislation? Thank you.
I'll indicate to members currently that a new member bringing a point up doesn't mean that it's a new point. There's been quite a number of amendment papers that have landed here, which I'm working through, and I would expect that most of the contributions from here on in would be at least referencing those amendment papers. At this stage, I'm hard to see there's many points that haven't been raised already. So I'll just indicate that. Kamala Bellich.
Chair, and I have here 2 points that haven't been raised relating to my amendment papers on, and it's close but not exactly beside the preceding section to the one that Mr. Lawrence Zunan was talking about, but not Dr. Lawrence Zunan was talking about, and it's 13ZE67. Now, this particular section essentially says that the parties may not select a comparator if a workforce is too small to allow a meaningful comparison between its work and the work which the claim relates, which I don't believe we've touched on at all. So this amendment that I have put forward would change that section, delete the current section and insert that parties may select an appropriate comparator if that workforce is large or small, providing there is an evidential basis to do so. Now, the reason that I suggested that amendment, Mr. Speaker, is I think that if there is a evidential basis which is arguable, even with a small number of employees, then you should be able to make that argument. Essentially, it's giving people who are utilising this Act more tools to be able to make solid arguments. Of course, if it's so small that you wouldn't be able to have any evidential basis to utilise that, then of course it's not appropriate that it should be used. But this particular amendment would give those utilising the Act a much greater ability to be able to argue if there was a case for that. And also, I see that there are inherent problems, and I know that a lot of this has been taken from the existing Act, but we are looking at a new Act. Of course, I would expect the Minister to consider the Act and how it could be improved upon. And when you're looking at large or small workforces, there's not a lot of detail on that. And we know that every aspect of these can be litigated. So some clarity around that. I think my amendment is preferable to what is put in the bill in terms of making the decision based on evidence rather than on, you know, what's small, what's large. So that's my first amendment, which I don't think has been, which is a point which I don't think has been made at all, and I would like to hear the Minister's response to that. The second thing that I want to raise is in relation to clause 31, and that inserts, replaces section 13ZH1A2 with what is written in that particular clause. And essentially that states that the maximum period that an equal pay claim can provide in kind of incremental instalments is to a maximum of 3 years. And I have a question in relation to this. The Minister has on many occasions in this bill put in 10 years as a time limitation for when claims cannot be brought. So, for example, because of this legislation, when we've talked about this particular point, that you are unable to, if you've got a settled claim, bring another claim for 10 years. Now, it appears to me from this section that you are only able to utilise the agreed phases over a maximum of 3 years. I don't understand why that is, and I would like the Minister to explain why 3 years is the maximum period where you're allowed a phased settlement, but 10 years is the time before you can bring a claim. Surely there should be consistency with these, and you should be able to bring phased payments up to the 10-year limit, if that's what you agree, and this is all available to the parties to agree, if they want to, and the maximum should be 10 years. And that means you go into an equal pay claim, you settle the claim, you have agreed instalments up to 10 years if you want to, if that's appropriate for your workforce, and then at the 10-year point, you are then able to raise a new claim if that's not appropriate. Why is the maximum period so low? I don't believe that's been addressed at all. I'd be really interested to hear the Minister's response to that in relation to consistency, and it just seems fair and logical to be able to do that. So if an answer to that would be...
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to firstly start by responding to Dr Duncan Webb when he is talking about comparisons between different people, the claimants and the people they're being compared to. The example I think he used was the air traffic controllers versus the social workers. He attempted to suggest I was suggesting they were more deserving than others, and it is not what I'm suggesting at all. I don't believe anybody is more deserving of their pay under this system. This is about sex-based discrimination. It is not about my individual judgment. That is for the legislation and for people to have these. And when it comes to people's specific educational levels, it's far from me to suggest that because people have specific educational levels, that means that they're more deserving of pay. In fact, some of the smartest people I know have never been to university, and they are phenomenal New Zealanders. So there's in no way that I'm saying that they are more deserving. What we're simply doing by making the hierarchy of comparators in different sectors is to suggest that there are many and varied different working conditions and terms and conditions, and it makes determining how much of the difference in remuneration is down to sex-based undervaluation easier under our rules than the previous regime. He's also asked, how is it justifiable to defer fixing the problem by phasing? This is to do with the 3-year instalments. We've decided on this as a government because this change to the legislation allows employers to better mitigate any potential negative impacts, such as on employment, which should benefit all parties. In essence, money doesn't grow on trees. If there is a settlement, and we know in the past that the settlements have been extremely large in financial terms, that money actually needs to come from somewhere. And so having a phased instalments over 3 years allows for those mitigations to be reduced. And in some ways that goes to answer the question from Camilla Bellich. In terms of Glenn Bennett's question on what defines merit, that's something that I've outlined numerous times. Glenn Bennett also asked what is as soon as reasonably practicable under section 13PA and 13PB. That is language that is the same as in the original Act. It hasn't changed. It depends on the circumstances, and it's also a term commonly used in legislation. Camilla Bellich also asked about her tabled amendment to essentially remove the exclusion on very, very small workforces. The reason that we have decided on this as a government is that workforces need to be large enough to ensure that any differences in remuneration is not based on differences of individual workers, but it is actually due to workforce.
Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I've been standing to get a call as a follow-up to an answer that the Minister gave quite some time ago to my question around the teachers. And thank you, Minister, for answering the question at that time. This is a very quick follow-up question. It is around the fact that when that question was answered, the answer was given that teachers can bring their claim. I still didn't get clarity around whether teachers could be seen as a whole of a profession or whether they would be coming as primary teachers, early childhood teachers, secondary teachers, because as I've said, you're talking about two very distinct groups. Now, the Minister talked about in one of the answers around this is around getting the framework right, but I don't believe that the framework can be correct in any which way if these answers aren't given. And so therefore I point to my colleagues Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment that she's, and I thank her for putting that forward, to the schedule in clause 8 to have a carve out for teachers, because I cannot see that we can get this right unless we have absolute definitive knowledge that one lot of teachers is not going to assert another group. So I'd really appreciate an answer to that. And as I said, it was a very quick contribution.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This is, again, a very short contribution. It's around freedom of contracts. Section 30 of the Act, which amends Section 13ZH, inserts a clause 2A, which states that the parties may not agree to review or agree on a process for the review of a pay equity claim settlement. It's just perplexing to me if two parties who are well advised want to put in a settlement agreement a process to check up on that later on, why the Minister is actually intervening in that freely negotiated arrangement and telling them that they can't. It would strike me that, that's a real fetter on the free rights and exchange of private property rights, which is often dear to the minister's heart. So what is the reason for a fetter on freedom of contract to stop the parties reviewing, should they so choose?
I call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a specific question about Clause 47, which amends the Section 19 related to regulations. And it's very, very broad. It says the Governor-General may, by order in council, make regulations for either or both of the following purposes. Sub-clause A, providing for anything this Act says may or must be provided for by regulations. B, providing for anything incidental that is necessary for carrying out or giving full effect to this Act. And really what I wanted to know from the Minister is whether after this legislation passes, there will be substantial new prescriptive regulations put in place to specify what evidence can be used to determine whether a claim has merit or not, or whether the legislation as drafted does that, because it seemed I noticed in the cabinet paper it does say that there's going to be a regulations making power that will enable the government to specify what can be used as evidence. And given that there's no select committee process for us to discuss the merits of different evidence, what process is it the government's intention to introduce regulations specifying what can be considered evidence? And if so, what process will the government use? Who will the government consult with on that? What can the minister tell us about that? I also have a question that's more broad, but it hasn't been raised yet, and that is, to what extent was the Minister for Women involved in this legislation? Because when I was Minister for Women, when the legislation passed in 2020, I worked hand in hand with Workplace Relations Minister, and in fact, I was the minister who oversaw the committee stages and the third reading of the bill. Which is now an act. So I was extremely involved, and I just wanted to know, because there's no indication in any of the cabinet papers of the Minister for Women, Nicola Gregg, being involved in the development of this legislation. In the cabinet paper, the human rights implications of the legislation are completely redacted, so we cannot see that. So just want to know from a government process point of view, because this legislation is not being subjected to the same process and scrutiny that was applied to the legislation that was passed in 2020. It's being passed in 2 days. Parliament can't see what the human rights implications advice was that was provided to Cabinet, and there's no indication that the Minister for Women was involved in this, so I'm interested in getting answers to that questions, but particularly about this Clause 47, the new regulations making power. What are the government's intentions around regulations specific to evidence, and what is the process they will use to consult? Who will they consult with? What is our expectation about what requirements are going to be put in place for regulations that will have a substantive impact on whether a union representing a workforce that is predominantly female, what barriers and hoops they're going to have to jump through to be able to seek just pay.
I call the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. For this call, my first call on this, and I was hoping to speak with have the other minister there, but I see Minister Seymour in there, so it's probably appropriate to ask him if he'd like to elaborate on what he said yesterday in terms of saving the government, Madam Chair. I'm sure we're all very interested to hear that. I will come to this amendment very shortly, Madam Chair, but it was an interesting kōrero from that minister yesterday. Just as an aside, Madam Chair, and as I said, I'll come to this amendment shortly, I ran into Ali Moore this morning, who's a very famous broadcaster, who talked about this kaupapa, and when she took over Mike Hosking's position, and she said she was happy to take Mike Hosking's position as long as she got Mike Hosking's pay. And of course that wasn't forthcoming. So I thought I'd just put that as an aside, Madam Chair, and come to the amendment that we've we're talking about today. And we're talking about Schedule Clause 8, and we want new sub-clause 5 put in. And we want to insert that none of the provisions in the schedule affect the existing claim by public service administration and clerical workers claim. And I think it's a very fair claim to put forward. Madam Chair, I was part of the Equal Pay for Work of Equal Value campaign back in 1986. That was, believe it or not, so we're talking some nearly 40 years ago, that was driven by my uncle Sid Jackson, and it was a claim that has resonated through the years. Camilla Bellich will know, her auntie was involved with that claim. I would like to ask the Minister what are the chances of this being retained, given when you look at this is an intergenerational claim in terms of equal work for equal value. What does that mean to the Minister going forward? Is there still a possibility of this claim being retained, given the history, given the tradition, given what it meant in terms of particularly the Northern Clerical Workers Union at the time, as I said, driven by Sid Jackson, Tauhenari and myself were part of the claim. And so it wasn't just about a Māori claim, it was a claim in terms of equity for all workers across the spectrum. Incredibly important, that was driven by the Northern Clerical Workers Union, but taken up by other unions through the years, and incredibly, and treated as incredibly serious by us as a Labour government. Also asked the Minister and the Chair today, what type of was there any consultation across the different ministries, particularly if we look in terms of Māori workers and Māori female workers, the way that they have been discriminated against the years? Was there any kōrero in that area with the Minister of Māori Affairs or Māori Development, Tama Pōtaka? Was he brought into the equation? Where did this come from? Was it just driven in terms of the budget, as Minister Seymour has said yesterday? He saved this government, act to the rescue again for this government. Was that what it's really about? Or is this really about equity and fairness? And this claim, in terms of none of the provisions in the schedule affecting the existing claim by the Public Service Administration and Clerical Workers Union, is, as I said, an incredibly important claim, given the tradition, given the prejudice against workers. Here we had women doing incredibly important work at an administrative level, but not receiving the status or the mana or the type of wage that they should be getting, and that's a claim, Madam Chair, that was put on the table in 1986. Has gone through the years, and now it's been wiped off. Now, I ask the Minister and the Chair today: is that something that could be re-examined, and what sort of process did the government go down in examining what was happening across society? Was there consultation with other ministers? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just say I'm not ready to take a closure motion, but the opposition has been advised by former presiding officers and the chair that the conversation now needs to be quite targeted. Please refer to the amendment papers and specific topics that haven't yet been covered. I call Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Right, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to an amendment that is there in relation to the schedule in this particular claims that will be impacted by the 33 claims. And my amendment seeks to take a look particularly at corrections and probation officers in senior practitioner. So that is the claim, that is one of the 33 claims that will be wiped out by this legislation, and that comes under the public sector, public service sector. And my point is, Madam Chair, that in the corrections probation officer and senior practitioner claim, that particular proportion of the workforce is 68% female as of 30 June 2020, which is the last information we have. So under the previous legislation that this is taking away, the threshold was that the sector was needed to be 60% represented by female. And this new, the amendments and this legislation before us today increased that threshold to 70%. So effectively, what that does is it removes the ability for corrections probation officer and senior practitioner from being able to bring a claim because they only are at 68% female. So my amendment would seek to make an exception for that in particular. There is a fair argument. They're only 2% short of the requirement, and it seems to be an arbitrary and unfair ability for a part of our workforce that is 68% female and under this legislation are now unable to bring a claim under pay equity ever. And so not only they're not ever in the sector because they don't reach that threshold, they're not actually able to proceed. So I would be very interested to hear from the Minister whether it's some of those calculations that will be saving this government billions of dollars and whether it's some of those calculations that will be in fact saving this government's budget billions. Is it in fact corrections and probation officers and senior practitioners who form 68% of the workforce who will not ever be eligible to get fair pay as a result of this legislation?
Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I heed your earlier message. I want to make this contribution relevant to the schedule, clause 10, review clauses, and I intend to discuss them with respect to groups that I know have not formed part of this debate already. The review clauses, it appears, extinguish the ability of workers with current already accepted pay equity claims to have their situation reviewed under this Act and a reassessment of essentially whether or not their pay has kept up its relativities. And so what I want to understand from the Minister is when Cabinet deliberated on this bill, how did they weigh the matter of, as the Minister has mentioned, saving the government's budget against the rights of the women who were part of this agreement and those rights that are now being extinguished? I want to speak particularly about the nurses and midwives who have reached pay equity agreements with the government. Tens of thousands of them made a decision to make a deal with the government about fair pay. They are women who made a decision to agree to a settlement with the government where they weighed the impact on their future earnings, their ability to provide for their families, their ability to continue in their job as adults. That was their decision they took. They made a decision with the government that, yes, we accept your offer, but if something changes in the future, if you pay this other group who does similar work to us more, we have an avenue to come back to you and renegotiate. The decision the government made with them is being broken. That agreement is broken by this bill. So how did Cabinet weigh the impact on their rights, on the rights of women to make economic decisions concerning themselves and their income for their families against their efforts to balance the budget? I know that certain members of the government think that they take individual liberty seriously. Well, I can't think of something more serious for working women than the ability to make these decisions about your pay, rights that are being extinguished in this bill. I've been seeking this call for some time, Madam Chair, and while I've been seated here, I've been thinking about women's rights in New Zealand over the time that I can remember, in my living memory. I cannot think of a backward step as big as this when it comes to the legal rights of women to pursue getting an income that they deserve in the workplace. That's why this bill, being pursued under urgency, without information on its human rights impact, without a regulatory impact statement, matters so much. That is why it is such bad progress, because women's rights are going backwards under this. We have no information from the from the Attorney General to be able to know how those women's rights were held in the balance by this government. Because it seems to me that without that information, it would be very reasonable to conclude that Cabinet paid no attention to women's rights, that they just thought, well, the budget and the ability to balance the budget and the ability to pay for our unaffordable tax cuts and the ability to pay a tax cut to tobacco companies, all of those considerations seem to be prioritised over the rights of women. So my question is, how did Cabinet consider the rights of women and the agreements we made with adult women as government to enter into pay equity settlements, and why are their rights now being extinguished?
I just want to take this opportunity to remind again that the views of the opposition towards this bill have been well canvassed over the past few hours. Can we please contain the conversation to the amendments and the detail in the bill? Thank you. I call Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the actual point, the actual clause that I want the Minister to be able to, and it may be something he might need to talk to his officials about, is the same clause that Honourable Julianne Genter looked at, which is clause 47 and around the section 19 amendments. And the reason why I think the Minister should talk to his officials about it is because it's potentially a drafting error. And I will step through why clarity from the Minister is incredibly important, because this is a regulation-making power. It is a regulation-making power and primary legislation which a future government such as a Labor government may, within their powers as the executive, recommend to the Governor-General some changes. So I just need to understand from the Minister the parameters of those changes. So if I step through this, section 19 clause 47 replaces section 19.1 and 19.1a with the amended clause 47. Now, amended clause 47, so section 19, the new section 19.1b, has a very broad regulation-making power that is very different to the section 19 currently, which is what this section is replacing. So section 19.1b, so new section 19.1b says, providing for anything incidental that is necessary for carrying out and giving full effect, that is the key part, full effect to this Act. Now, if you go back through the legislation and the history of that regulation-making power, you look currently section 19 of the Equal Pay Act 1972. Now that section was amended by the Secondary Legislation Act 21, which it was also amended by section 34 of the Statutes Amendment Act 22. It was also amended by section 19 through that the 2020 bill. At 3 different stages of that bill, that particular section was changed. But at every single one of those 5 changes, it did not open up that section 1b to anything giving full effect to this Act. The changes in that subsection were very narrow to prescribing matters that must be taken into account when identifying comparable work under section 13ZE. Now, there are amendments to section 13ZE underneath this particular bill. But the question that we need clarity from the Minister, and I think it's important that he clarifies it, given the legislative history of this particular clause and the section within the Act, again having been changed 5 times, through different bills is this particular bill, if it is passed, it will create the new regulation making power to provide for anything incidental that is necessary for carrying out and giving full effect to the Act. That is very different from the legislative history of that section, which is just narrow to identifying comparable work under a particular section. So I think it is important to the Minister to clarify, either with his officials or to the House, given we are coming under urgency, we have not had time to scrutinise the bill through a select committee process. We could have had other public lawyer, constitutional lawyers who may have picked that up, but I think it's just important that we have some clarity and some comment in the House so that in future years, if this goes through as I currently interpret it, it means that any future executive can make a regulation, make a secondary piece of legislation only going through the executive, through a recommendation to the Governor-General. That is a very different position than what has historically been through that particular section for the Equal Pay Act 72. Again, changed 5 times, 3 times in 2020, twice by different statute amendments bill. But here we have this bill, which has now widened up that regulation power. So if I'm interpreting it wrong, that's fine. But I think the Minister should provide a response to that and to the questions of Julianne Genter, because that will provide context for future lawmakers or future lawyers who have to look at this and may be able to take a judicial review of any of the points brought up here, because it's anything in the Act, not just comparable work. So I think that's an important point which I would like to see from the Minister, just some clarity, please.
I call the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And always, that was a very excited, wasn't it? And good to hear from my colleague, Honourable Barbara Edmonds, asking the Minister for some responses, because of course this goes on the Hansard. And we are in urgency and we have not been to select committee, so it would be very useful to hear this Minister, who is currently in the chair, to answer some of these questions that are being put to him. That was a very technical, sensible question from Honourable Barbara Edmonds, and it will be useful for future people who have to look at this horrible piece of legislation to know exactly what it was that the Minister was thinking about those technical aspects. And Honourable Barbara Edmonds just then referred to Honourable Julianne Genter's questions as well. And she asked about the role of the Minister for Women. And we heard yesterday my colleague Ingrid Leary ask about the role of the Minister for Mental Health and Immigration. And the Minister and the Chair at that time responded to Ingrid Leary's question and said, those ministers, being the Minister of Mental Health and Immigration, were in Cabinet, and this was a Cabinet decision. The Minister for Women is not in Cabinet, so it would be useful to have an answer to that question, and it is a different question from the questions that Ingrid Leary asked, and I have not heard a response to Honourable Julianne Genter's question. I do want to move, though, to the schedule, and I note that there is an abundance of amendment papers on clause 8 of what is going to be entered into the schedule. So that's at page 31 of the bill. And how clause 8 works is that existing pay equity claims is the title, and then at 1 it says an existing pay equity claim is discontinued on the commencement date. And so there are in these amendment papers to exclude some of the different claims from being discontinued at clause 8. And I'm not going to touch on those amendments one by one. Other people may do that. What I'm interested in is turning the schedule on its head. And because we've heard the Minister say, in answer to some questions, the Minister whose name the bill was in, she has said, look, I don't want to talk about claim by claims. This bill is about a framework, so I don't want to talk about the claim by claims. But I'm interested in if she's got advice on that point, because this is quite different from what the government did recently in the Fast Track Approvals Act. What happened in that act is that there was a schedule that specifically named 149 projects and went through them, added at the committee stage with no public submissions enabled through select committee. So was that approach considered for this bill? That in fact we know that there are these 33 claims that the Minister and the Chair previously said that people could Google. Was there consideration and advice and actually laying out those 33 claims in the schedule, 33 being a much smaller number than 149, and to consider it could have even gone through the process of weighing up whether the thresholds that apply in this bill as compared to the current legislation, whether they would be met. So we've talked a lot, there's been a lot of discussion about the 70% reducing to 60% in terms of the females in the workforce. Could that not have been done in a schedule? Well, we know claim X of the 33 isn't going to meet the 70%, but does meet the 60%, so we're going to deal with that specifically in the schedule one by one. Was there advice on that? And if not, why not, given that inconsistent approach from this government with how it deals with schedules when we're talking about discrete issues? And these issues are much more discrete than resource management and fast track. I can think off the top of my head of hundreds of different activities that people might want a resource consent for. But there is no way that you can do that about professions that are predominantly woman-based as compared and are paid an unfair amount compared with professions that are not. It's a discrete amount of topics
Madam Chair,
and should be considered.
I call the Honourable David Seymour.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just quickly respond to a number of issues that have been raised. If I understood Jane Sneddie correctly, she asked if the government was in favour of creating carve-outs for some in the teaching workforce in line with an amendment put forward by Camilla Bowich. So the government's not willing to create carve-outs. We believe that laws should be simple and comprehensive wherever possible. Julianne Genter raised an issue also raised by Barbara Edmonds in relation to the breadth of Clause 47 and the potential uses for that. She also asked if perhaps it could be a drafting error. I'm advised that there is no drafting error and that in fact this change reflects modern drafting practices and is a standard approach to drafting empowering provisions. There was a question from Jenny Anderson in relation to the threshold being 70% instead of 60%, and could an exception be made for a workforce that was 68% female rather than 70%? Of course, it's always tempting to argue around these, what I think people call edge cases, but the problem with any threshold is that there'll always be some people that are either just above or just below. Unfortunately, that's how the thresholds just have to work. And then there was some political questions from Aisha Verrill, but no, Cabinet did not make the equivalencies that she accused the Cabinet of. I think that was very unfair. And finally, Rachel Brooking said, did the bill's drafters consider explicitly listing the 33 existing claims in the schedule, as was done for the fast track legislation? I'm not in a position to answer in detail about the advice received, but I note that the member was quite opposed to the inclusion of those scheduled cases in the fast track bill. Okay, well, look, tempting as it is to have a debate of political philosophy, all I would say is that I think the member will be pleased to know that there's no explicitly listed schedule in this legislation, seeing as she was so critical of it previously. She's now shouting, was there advice? I've indicated that having not been involved in the detailed development of the bill, I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Carl Bates.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'm going to call the Honourable Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
We all look the same. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to pick up on a couple of comments that have been made by the Minister in the Chair and then relate them very specifically to an amendment paper. The first one was made by the Minister who is currently in the Chair, and he said that there were thresholds, that of course there are always cases where people are just above or just below. And that is obviously the case, but the problem here is that this legislation that is being proposed will have the effect of knocking out a pay equity claim that was underway, and it will now, it's not only is it going to be knocked out, but it will in the future fall under the threshold for a pay equity claim. So an existing claim has been disallowed by this legislation and it will have no way of getting back in. That surely is a case for a carve-out. So I'd like the Minister just to reconsider that particular claim that has come through in respect of the corrections probation officer and senior practitioners. So that would be, if there was one amendment to that schedule that was to be considered, that would be the one. But I'm going to pick up another comment that was also made by the Minister, the Minister in charge of this legislation, who said that, money doesn't grow on trees. Well, teachers don't grow on trees either, and neither do support workers grow on trees. Education advisors don't grow on trees. Psychologists don't grow on trees either. Early learning teachers don't grow on trees. Nurses don't grow on trees. These people just don't come on from nowhere. And I'm going to put to a very specific amendment, library assistants don't grow on trees either. And I really want to speak to the library assistants claim, because when you've got the librarians coming for you, you're in trouble, I'm telling you. But in this legislation, it's going to knock out the claim from library assistants. For library assistants, so I've got an amendment paper in there asking for the library assistants claim, tertiary education library assistants claim, to be reinstated. And here's the thing. To get a job as a library assistant, you need a degree. That's the beginning qualification for a job as a library assistant. It's a degree. So these people have already done 3 years of study. Now, we can compare that to any other number of professions dominated by men where a degree is not required. But that is the beginning position to get a job as a library assistant. Have your degree in hand. And here's the other interesting fact about it. Now, it comes out of the recent pay round at Victoria University, where library assistants finally got up to the living wage. For that, they were down at about 50% above the minimum wage. And this is an area of work, a workforce which requires a degree to get into it. Now, if ever there is a case for a pay equity claim, that is it, because it is a profession that's dominated by women. And when we go to the list, which the Minister told us to Google, because she didn't have it in hand and couldn't be bothered putting it in her legislation, we find out that the varying rates of pay for library assistants across universities are between 68 to 85% in terms of having a workforce that's female. So it's not even clear, we don't even know what the percentage is, but it's not even clear that they are going to be able to take a pay equity claim on the new legislation. So I'm just going to put it out there that the gentlest souls amongst us, the librarians, who instead of telling you to go Google something will actually go and help you find it, who are there to assist, who are highly educated, these people deserve consideration. And I am urging the Minister, let's at least get some of these groups back under consideration. I urge the Minister and this House to vote for my amendment paper, which ensures that the existing claim by tertiary education library assistants does not get wiped out by this shameful legislation.
Stuart Smith.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'm going to call Camilla Ballett, Honourable Camilla Ballett. No, Camilla Ballett.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate this call, and the reason I do is because I do have a number of amendments too, and I believe we are onto the schedule now, a number of amendments to the schedule which I haven't had the opportunity to speak to yet. The first one, to a certain extent, although the amendment wasn't referred to, relates to review clauses. My colleague Aotearoa covered that. I won't go into that in more detail, but just to note, if the Minister was convinced by Dr Verrill's arguments, as I was, I do have an amendment here that would allow review clauses to continue in my name. So just wanting to know from the Minister, would she entertain that? The other amendments that I have in the schedule are the one that I want to refer to first, and it's an important point, I think. It's to delete clause 8.1 in Schedule 1. And the reason that I have put this forward as an amendment is because if that particular clause was deleted, that would allow existing claims continue and not be discontinued, which I think is one of the major elements of unfairness under the Act. So we do have specific amendments, a long list of amendments in relation to specific claims, which I do believe deserve the attention of this House and the Minister. This one is an overall amendment which would allow those claims to continue, which I think is important. And one of the areas which we haven't touched on at all is a claim that is an existing claim, which is the New Zealand Artificial Limb Service. Now, this workforce is 65% female. This is one of the lower percentages. Generally, most of the equal pay claims are much higher, but this particular claim, which we haven't touched on at all, which would be saved by my amendment, which I'm now speaking to, would be protected by that. And so for that group of female, and it is female, I mean, if you look in the dictionary, dominated would probably give you something over 50%. And so 65% certainly is a large percentage of women to work in a particular area, doing very important work. We know that our artificial limb service provides life-altering services to those who require it. They have an equal pay claim in place due to what they allege is the systemic undervaluation of their work. That, as I understand, claim could not continue by 5%, and so unlikely that they would be able to continue with that. The Minister is discontinuing that, so I want to know for those women in the New Zealand Artificial Limb Service, will she consider my amendment to delete clause 8.1? She could still have her new regime, which I also disagree with, but it would allow those existing claims to continue, which I think is also which would be fair. Two other amendments I want to mention briefly in relation to the schedule. As I have asked probably 4 questions of the Minister in relation to tabled amendments that I have that have not been addressed to date, and I'd appreciate an answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I firstly want to start in response to questions raised by Julianne Genter about the involvement of the Minister for Women in the process, and I understand Willie Jackson also asked a similar question about the Minister for Māori Development. The Minister for Women was involved in the policy meetings that I held between ministers leading to this bill. The Minister of Māori Development is in Cabinet and therefore was involved in the decisions leading up to this bill. Aotearoa asked a question about the extinguishing of current claims to have reviews and how we have weighed up those proposals. Well, it was really important for Cabinet that there is one system that all of the claims operate under, but it is possible for claims to be re-raised if they meet the new requirements. Willie Jackson also asked which ministries were consulted on the proposal. I refer the member, I believe, to paragraph 94 of the Cabinet paper, which outlines the agencies consulted. Julianne Genter also asked if I was intending to introduce regulation on the need for merit, and I've answered that already this morning. Dr. Duncan Webb asked, why can't parties choose to agree to a review clause? We have stipulated in the bill that review will be done after a 10-year period. While the review clauses and settlements will no longer be permissible, they can be re-raised after that 10-year period after settlement, which does provide a way to address any new sex-based undervaluation if it develops over time. Jan Tanetti asked, can teachers be considered as a whole? To raise a claim, the work covered needs to be same or substantially similar, so it will depend on the evidence provided to support that particular type of claim, but I don't intend to try and prejudge any outcomes or claims into the future. Dr. Aisha Varal asked about her tabled amendment, and my response to this is that the transitional provisions allow all claims to have the same pay equity process, so it is which process applies. Camilla Bellich, getting quite busy with the tabled amendments, has proposed to make phasing up to 10 years for employers. I have to admit, I am actually very surprised by this tabled amendment because the member has been making a lot of statements about the need for pay equity, and it surprised me that she wished to extend the need for an employer to pay for up to a 3-year phase, to extend that for 10 years so that pay equity would not be reached until a 10-year time frame. It is just a very interesting contribution, but that's not what the government will be accepting.
I call Laura McClure.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'm not going to put that question, but I think we are getting quite close. I call Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I always want to add constructively to this debate, and in particular it was around clause 47, and the Minister at the time stood and did confirm it wasn't a drafting error. He said that it was a drafting style. So then my question is because given now that this has broadened up the regulation making power for any future executive, so hypothetically, for example, even though it wouldn't happen because this side of the House, the Labour Party, has said we're going to repeal this amendment bill in a future government, hypothetically, however, what it could mean, though, is if the Labour government wasn't so committed to that, we could actually provide any regulation through, again, not coming to this House, not through primary legislation, we could make any changes to the rest of this bill, because it's no longer about comparable work. It's about every single provision in the new Act once it becomes enacted, as long as it gives a full effect to the Act. So, for example, the amendment that was just raised by Camilla Bellich, and which the Minister responded to, a future Labour or a future executive might think, well, actually, we think to ensure that it's necessary for carrying out and giving full effect to this Act, we're going to put through regulation that actually all those, was it 13 or 33 claims? How many 13 claims that are currently being cancelled by this? 33 claims that have been cancelled by this. We're going to say that that's incidental, and we're going to put it in through regulation because it gives full effect to the Act. We're going to basically allow those claims to be reopened. That is effectively the response from the Minister, who said because of the drafting style, because we can make a regulation, this now applies to the whole Act, not just comparable work, that therefore we can make that executive decision at a later date. Not that it would matter, because we're just going to repeal this Act once it comes in force and when we get into government. So I just want to, and I know I labour the point, but I just want to make sure, because this is a different drafting style. The last amendment to that provision was in 2022. 2022, very narrow style. Are we saying that there has been such a change in the drafting style in 3 years since 2022, which now has a much wider regulation-making power, that the government is very clear they are comfortable with that? Because what it means is that a future executive can make any regulation as long as it's necessary for carrying out or giving full effect to this Act, and it's no longer narrowed to comparable work.
I'm
going to call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to raise some questions that have not been raised in this debate, and I think it's really important because this is going through under urgency, and in public, the ministers, different ministers in the government have made reference to savings of billions of dollars because of these changes. Now, presumably that's due to the extinguishing of the 33 claims, which would have otherwise had some fiscal liabilities represented in this budget. So in the schedule, that's where the claims are extinguished. The existing pay equity claims in Clause 8 in Part 2 in the schedule that's been inserted. So my questions are, and it would be great if the Minister could answer this, and if she could refer to the officials if she needs help answering this. Is the savings of billions of dollars a gross or net expression of savings? Does it include the PAYE from wages and the GST from wages, where if the claims had been settled, the low-paid workers would tend to spend everything they earn and would have an impact on GST? What analysis has been done about the impact on superannuation contributions, recognizing that women will have lesser savings for their retirement because of extinguishing these claims? Has the Minister received advice from Treasury and or audit with reference to the wellbeing outcomes and the effectiveness of this legislation? I note that there was no regulatory impact statement completed on this, so there hasn't been a thorough regulatory impact statement. And finally, and this is really important because the Minister has said the government supports pay equity, they just want to change the parameters, right? So of the 33 claims that have been extinguished, the vast majority of them have well over 70% female ratio. And so the change to 70% will not mean that the majority of those claims that were underway can't reapply and try to have merit. So given that does the savings in billions, effectively, if they go back through the new process and it's delayed by several years, there'll still be a fiscal liability on the Crown of bigger wage bills if we expect to someday achieve pay equity for those workforces. Will that be reflected? Is that fiscal liability still reflected in the budget, or is it just gone now? We say we're saving billions of dollars this year, but in a few years' time, this will come back and a future government will have the fiscal liability. So I guess I'm just wondering, has the extinguishing of the claims results in a short-term perception of reduced fiscal liability, but has the government taken into account the fact that the majority of the claims currently underway have well over 70% women working in them, and therefore will still be able to apply for pay equity, and maybe it'll be delayed by a few years, but eventually, if the government does support pay equity, a future government is going to face this fiscal liability. To what extent is that reflected in the savings of billions?
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and I think it is an interesting one. But the member will be well aware that anything that is budget sensitive, and while there have been comments made about potential savings, what I can say is that there are significant reductions in cost to government, but I can't go into budget. I'm not the budget minister responsible. And so you'll just have to wait until the budget in a couple of weeks. When it comes to the question from Camilla Ballich, it appears the member has proposed a number of amendments which are all on a theme of not discontinuing the current claims, either by deleting the whole clause or exempting certain occupations. As I've repeatedly said in the House today and yesterday, the transitional provisions in the bill are important to ensure there is one process for all claims rather than allowing for two systems to operate for a period.
I call Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Our party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to clause 4 brackets 2 to set a 60% threshold be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e tautoko ana.
Members, the noes are 68, the ayes are 55. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 4 brackets 2 to set a 50% threshold be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
Members, the ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to clause 4 brackets 2 to set a 55% threshold be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Oh, the noes have it. The party vote is called.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
30.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārima pōti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings' tabled amendment to clause 4 brackets 2 to set a 65% threshold be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārima pōti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4 brackets 2 to set a 60% threshold is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to delete clause 4 brackets 2b brackets 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārema ngā poti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 6, new section 13A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārema ngā poti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 6, new section 13A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārema ngā poti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendments to clauses 10 and 38 to set a 2-month bar be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārema ngā poti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings tabled amendments to clauses 10 and 38 to set a 1-month bar be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is correct.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Deborah Russell's tabled amendments to clauses 10 and 38 to to set a 12-month bar be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendments to clauses 10 and 38 to set a 6-month bar be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 10 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to clause 11, new section 13F, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to delete clause 13 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 15 brackets 2 to delete the word not be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 20, new section 13PA, to replace 60 working days with 20 working days be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 29 to delete new section 13ZE brackets 1 to 4 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 29 to delete new section 13ZE6 and replace new section 13ZE7 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 30 brackets 1 to replace 3 years with 10 years be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 35 brackets 3D to replace 3 years with 10 years be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti tautoko.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to delete clause 46 brackets 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Ayes have it.
A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to the debate on Part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 50 to 55, consequential amendments to other acts. The question is that Part 2 stand part. I call the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you for that opportunity to talk on Part 2. My questions are ones of language, really, and relate to both Clause 52 and to 54, Clauses 54 as well. So that's on pages 28 and 29 of the bill in front of us. So what this part of the bill is doing is bringing across those new terms into related legislation, being the Employment Relations Act 2000 and also the Public Services Act, just the Public Service Act, singular, 2020. And as we've discussed already in the Part 1 debate, there is this big change from whether a claim is arguable to whether it has merit. And I asked some questions in that Part 1 debate about what will be new Section 13F and the meaning of merit, and there is some similarity to the existing law but some important differences. And one of those differences that was traversed in questions was that all of these requirements have to be met by the use of ands in what will be new 13F. So where the current legislation has things that are included for consideration, and that happens at subsection 3, that uses the including back at 13F. Other things at subsections 2 and 1, it has to be everything. There are ands included. And why I'm focusing on that is because that new 13F is a fundamental mechanism, and in what the Minister's policy plan is to change this. So at Clause 54 is an amendment to the Public Service Act, and that is that when forming a view on whether the claim is arguable, so arguable being the word that was used in the existing legislation. It's changed to with forming views on whether the claim meets all the requirements set out in section 13E of the Equal Pay Act. And so what I'm interested in is why there's that change of language from forming a view to with forming views in relation to 13E. And I realise I was just talking about 13F. But this important difference between when something is arguable versus now it has merit, why does an arguable have a singular forming a view to something having merit needing forming views? Because I was, and I'm happy for the Minister to correct me if I'm wrong on this, thought that you either meet the requirements of section 13E or you don't. So if she could comment on whether or not it should be that views are being formed or whether it's just a view. And it would be helpful for the Hansard then if she could go through what those different views might be that section 82 of that Public Service Act is referring to. There could be quite a few in there. And then I note going back to clause 52, which is about the Employment Relations Act. This is about the jurisdiction of the authority, and there's quite a lot in this section. It's very important. But on my use of language and the difference between having to consider everything in a subsection and or whether it's a optional including, we have here at new IA determining whether a pay equity claim meets all requirements set out in section 13E of that Act. So that's 13E is referred to then again in clause 54, which I was just talking about. So at 54 you form views, but under the jurisdiction of the Employment Authority they have to look and see if it meets all of the requirements. So is that a purposeful difference in language that we see, Mr Chair? Thank you, Mr Chair. Is that a purposeful difference in language that at one piece of legislation they're thinking about all the requirements being set out in 13E being met, whereas under another piece of legislation being the Public Services Act, why is it views on the claim? So does it meet all the requirements or not? Why is there that S in clause 54? Then if we look at other parts of clause 52, we see some important changes to this jurisdiction of the Employment Authority, and a lot of this relates to policy decisions that of course have been discussed in the Part 1 debate. But we have this new, so we see there that the repeal of section 161 GD Roman 7 means that past grievances can't be considered. That's taken out. And then also there's the repeal of Roman 8, which is the start date. I'm not sure why that one needs to be repealed for a policy, for what the policy logic there of repealing Roman 8 is. But we have this new insertion that we can all see in the bill at subsection 6, which is a new VA, determining whether remuneration agreed by the parties to a pay equity claim is to be increased to the agreed level in phases, and if so, the particulars of those phases. My overall question with this one, of course, goes back to questions I was asking on the schedule as well, and it's whether the Minister has received any advice that this could possibly happen now with the changes that she is making. Will there be any remuneration agreed by parties to a pay equity claim, or is this in fact redundant, this new clause? So that is what I would like to know at a policy level and at an advice level. And then my other question was about this use of forming views with an S, why that is different from forming a view, that difference between arguable and whether the claim meets all requirements for that merit test that's so important to the changes that she's making now. Is that purposeful? Can she explore the requirements of 13E for us and why it needs this change in language for the Public Service Act, but not for the jurisdiction of the authority that has to check against all requirements?
The Honourable Jenny Salesa.
Mr Chair, thank you for this opportunity. It is my first opportunity to speak on behalf and to ask questions of the Minister on behalf of my constituents, especially women from South Auckland and thousands of women from Paemio Otahu who will unfortunately be affected by the passage of this bill. It is still shocking to me, and I still cannot believe that we are here under urgency debating the Equal Pay Amendment Bill. Mr Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister questions about Section 52, subsection 2 of the Equal Pay Amendment Bill. This clause may sound technical, but in reality, this clause is a direct attack on the rights of women and our most vulnerable workers. This will replace the existing threshold for initiating a pay equity claim from arguable to has merit. This may seem like a small language change, but make no mistake, this is a calculated move to raise the bar and lock the courtroom doors to thousands and thousands of women across Aotearoa, New Zealand, and in particular to Māori, Pacific, migrant and ethnic community women. Under the current law, built on the hard-fought gains of the Terranova versus Bartlett case, a claim only needs to be arguable. This means that they must bring a credible case of undervaluation worth investigating, not a fully proven thesis before the process even begins. But when this bill gets passed, which will be later on today because we are under urgency, this national-led government wants to change that. The coalition government wants women to come armed with legally analysed cases, market data, evidence before they could even begin the process. That is not access to justice, Mr Chair. In my opinion, that is obstruction to justice for our women. It is a systematic silencing of women in low-paid, female-dominated industries like our care workers, our cleaners, our teacher aides and our education support workers. To be crystal clear, Mr Chair, when it is arguable the door to justice is more open. When it is changed to has merit, under this new clause, it bolts that door shut. The Minister knows, her Cabinet colleagues know, that this will mean fewer claims. It will mean more rejections at the starting line, and it will mean that more employers who benefit from systematic undervaluation will be handed more power to deny justice right at the beginning of the process. This is not progress. This bill will take our country backwards. So my questions to the Minister is, how will the Minister ensure that the term merit is not used to justify historic gender pay gaps disguised as performance-based differences? Also, can the Minister let us know, in the absence of a regulatory impact statement, which we do not have, what safeguards are there under this bill to prevent employers from relying on subjective or biased assessments of merit that may disproportionately disadvantage women? Does the Minister, another question, accept that historical undervaluation of women's work stems from societal biases, and how does this clause on merit address this rather than reinforce it? This bill Mr. Chair, in my opinion, is economic violence against women, especially our Māori, our Pacific, our migrant and our ethnic women who do essential work for little pay and even less recognition. Mr. Chair, this clause is betrayal of the bipartisan consensus that delivered pay equity progress in this country. It ignores the recommendations of experts, unions and the Human Rights Commission, and it violates the spirit of our obligations under CEDAW and the ILO Convention 100. Another question for the Minister to consider. Who asked for this change? Who benefits from this change? Because it most certainly isn't the women of Aotearoa, and it is most certainly not fair nor justice for women of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Thank you very much. I want to take the time to respond firstly to Rachel Brooking, who has asked, why is it views, not a view in clause 54? And the reason is the word views is used because the employer has to make multiple decisions or two decisions. This is a consequential amendment to reflect the changes made in Part 1 of the bill. It reflects the change made in the bill requiring the employer to consider both whether the claim meets the requirements in 13E and whether it has merit. The second question was in the language used in clause 54 and 52, why is it different? Is that for a reason? Yes, the language is different. In the new section 161(1) QDIA, the authority is only looking at the requirements in 13E. In 54, the employee is considered both whether the employer is considering both whether the 13E requirements are met and if the claim has merit. The third question was in relation to clause 52 and the changes to the authority's jurisdiction. Why is this the case? Once again, this is just a consequential amendment reflecting the changes in Part 1 of the bill, so that's why it is. In particular, clause 13ZY, which sets out why the authority can make the determination. Jenny Salesa has asked and made comment on the change of wording from arguable to merit. Once again, this change from arguable to merit is a consequential amendment reflecting the changes made in Part 1, which has already been debated and voted on.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my first call on this debate. And I do have some questions on clause 51 to the repeal of section 33(2)(d) of the Employment Relations Act 2000. Before I go into that, I want to echo the sentiment that many others have made in this House around how appalling this piece of legislation is, how little analysis has been done, and how women and migrant workers particularly will be disproportionately affected by this. I wanted to ask about the clause 51, which is section 33 amended. The duty of good faith requires parties to conclude collective agreements unless there's a genuine reason not to. So if we go to the Employment Relations Act 2000, there's a list of reasons here laid out in on section 33, which include things like opposition or objection in principle to bargaining for or being party to a collective agreement, or including rates of wages or salary in collective agreements, or disagreement about including bargaining fees under Part 6B in a collective agreement, the existence of an unsettled pay equity claim between an employer and the claimant under the Equal Pay Act 1972, or, which is the part that this bill is repealing, which is the existence of a requirement to review a pay equity claim under the Equal Pay Act 1972. Now, in this bill, what we are seeing is simply a repeal of that requirement, and to me it does leave a void then, because it's not, by the looks of it, and I'd be keen to seek some clarification, it is not being replaced by any other language that seeks to at least create an equivalent. And for the future as well. And that to me seems to be concerning, because then it's just, it's kind of treated as a consequential amendment to this act, but to me it just feels like it leaves a void. I wonder whether this is just in line with the government's policy intent of simply lifting the threshold and making it harder for people to achieve pay equity, or whether the Minister explored a replacement of that specific Section 33(2)(d) with something else. So I'm keen to understand the policy intent and the thinking behind just simply repealing that section. That's something that I think we could have actually explored at the Select Committee stage. We haven't been able to, and so I think in this process I'd be keen to seek clarification very specifically on this specific repeal. I have some other questions, Mr. Chair, that seek to unpack the broader implications of this bill, but for now I'm keen to talk about Clause 51. And I think, to me, why I say this is that often, and why this is particularly problematic, is that already workers are having to take up cases even to other authorities when they feel like their employer is not engaging in good faith. This actually does happen often, unfortunately. We're in an environment where employers have, in many cases, been quite hostile when it comes to negotiations, so, and being able to get to a collective agreement. And this is why I think this specific clause just feels egregious and problematic, because it's kind of painted as consequential, but I feel, to me, it's also politically motivated. So any clarification as to the intent would be particularly useful. And so I'll take another call later to make sure I can unpack, particularly, and just to give the chair some warning, the implications around immigration settings as well as child poverty reduction targets. Thank you.
Camilla Bellich.
Mr. Chair, this is my first call in part 2, which deals with the consequential amendments, and I did note the Minister's response to the excellent contribution by my colleague Jenny Salesa, talking about how we had covered the issue around merit previously, but I would draw the Minister's attention to the fact that these consequential amendments primarily focus on changes to the Employment Relations Act 2000, and then, which we haven't got to yet, amendments to Public Service Act 2020. So it is actually a different proposition to look at how the changes that she's wanting to put through will fit into these different pieces of legislation. It is not the same as talking about it within the primary, in my view, Equal Pay Act. So I do think it is worth making sure, being as that we haven't had a select committee process, that these changes do actually fit within these very important, significant pieces of legislation, and I don't think the arguments are exactly the same as they were with the Primary Act. So I would ask that the Minister please engages with the questions that we have in part 2, because although it is a smaller section, these do deal with significant pieces of legislation, and it is important that we're not making changes in this House today without the benefit of going through Select Committee, without the benefit of a regulatory impact statement, that do not work with the existing legislation. I think the contribution that Ricardo Menendez-March made in that regard highlights how important it is to make sure that these pieces of legislation are consistent. So I do have an amendment that I've tabled in part 2, which I will speak to in this contribution if I have time, but I would like to make sure that I have the opportunity to go over that amendment. But I just thought the first thing that I would start with is also to look at 52, but look at 52(1)(b), because this is when the employment relations, when we looked at jurisdiction of the Employment Relations Act, and this looks as whether the employee's work is the same or substantially similar to the work that is subject to a pay equity claim in relation to comparators. So I think this is a really important point for the House to note. When selecting a comparator, the only way that a comparator will be successful is if that comparator is the same as or substantially similar to the claimant. And so this idea that these kind of outlandish, totally inappropriate comparisons are being made is just not true, because if it was true, the claims would not be successful and there would be no benefit to it. So I think it's really important to note that and note the wording in the Employment Relations Act, because I think that does help the House to see that. The other question I have in relation to the Employment Relations Act is the Minister will be aware that the fundamental overriding duty in the Employment Relations Act is the duty to act in good faith. And I have some questions around the duty of good faith and how that does apply to the changes that she is making today to the legislation. Is it good faith to extinguish claims, and appreciate some of them may be able to be moved under the new legislation, but not all of them? Is that good faith when there is a bargaining agreement in place? Obviously, it's permissible for the government to override good faith, but my question to her is whether she's considered that overriding duty, because she is making changes to the Employment Relations Act. Next question I have for the Minister is 52.2. It changes, and my colleague Jenny Salesa was speaking about this, but the point I want to make around this is very different. She is changing the Employment Relations Act, and she is adding has merit into that. And I want to know, has she received advice around the use of the word merit in the Employment Relations Act, and whether this use of the word merit is consistent with that? It's something I don't know. I'm interested to know the answer to that. Another thing that I would like to know, and it does come to the process, Mr. Chair, is we have talked about, in this particular section, talks about consequential amendments, and obviously there is a regulatory component to that. So I want to know from the Minister, will she, or does she envisage that that aspect of this bill will be scrutinised by the Regulation Reviews Committee at a subsequent date? Because sometimes the Regulations Review Committee does scrutinise decisions that have already been made, or in fact, if it's just the regulatory component of that, would go to the Regulations Review Committee. I do think that if the Minister wanted to do away with some of the damage that this, Mr. Chair, that this bill has brought forward, then it would be good to have the answer to that in relation to whether she sees that being part of the process of this and the scrutiny that would obviously predate the passing of, would come after the passing of this bill. The other thing that I wanted to know is, does she envisage a role for the usual select committee that this bill would usually go to, and they do have a role in overseeing the Employment Relations Act, which is the bill that we are amending in Part 2. Would she see that there is a role for the Education and Workforce Select Committee to, after the fact of the passing of this bill, have the opportunity to invite submitters to a select committee hearing or briefing or inquiry into this Act, to allow people the opportunity to actually express their view on this piece of legislation? I don't accept the reasons that this has been brought under urgency. I think it's absolutely terrible, and I think it's a shame on this government led by the National Party, but I do think that it would be better than nothing to have a select committee be able to look at this. And so I want to know, will she do that? If we were to have that select committee hearing post-dating the passing of this bill, it would be the appropriate time where we could look at the Employment Relations Act and the changes that she's making and really get detailed advice from officials as to whether these changes she is making in terms of language in the Employment Relations Act is consistent with the rest of the Act, does work with the rest of the Act, is workable. There's just not time for us to be able to make those detailed assessments in this particular bill heard under urgency. So I would like an answer to that from the Minister. The other thing I just wanted to add, and it does relate to a point which I did want to come back to in Part 1, but I was unable to get a call on it, was looking at phasing, and that's in Part 2, 52.6. So that talks about the agreed phases, and I had an amendment which unfortunately was not successful in the first part, looking at phasing. And the reason I wanted to, the Minister criticised me for putting that amendment down, and I wanted to just have the opportunity to explain that the reason I was concerned about phasing is because I genuinely think that when people are in negotiations and when they can agree to something which is appropriate for their workforce, they often make good decisions which people are happy with. And the more restrictions we put on the types of negotiations that people can have in a complex matter like equal pay, often we are stuck with results that might be quite difficult. And so the Minister, and what has passed in the first part of this, has suggested that we should only be able to agree things up to 3 years, and I think a longer period of time, in some instances, if agreed between the parties, might result in a longer period of time where they were able to have their pay equity topped up through that period of time. So I don't accept the criticisms from the Minister, and I wanted to ask her in relation to Part 2, 52.6, the jurisdiction that the authority would have in relation to agreed phasing, because in the other part of the legislation we had that 3-year limit. Does this apply to 52.6? That's a question that I have for the Minister. So a few questions there. I haven't had the opportunity yet to talk to my amendment paper. I'll let the Minister answer those questions.
Mr.
Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I very much have actually been waiting to take a contribution in relation to that member's desire to see phasing in of pay equity settlements take longer. I think every member outside this House, every member of society should listen to Camilla Bellich when she says that she's standing up for workers and wishes to see people who have agreed to a pay equity settlement have a longer time frame to see that money in their pockets. That member has made multiple contributions. This is a member who believes in pay equity. And she's suggesting to people who are successful with pay equity that instead of a 3-year phased settlement that this government is suggesting ends up in people's pockets, that it's up to 10 years until they would see the money that they may get for their settlement. I think everybody should take note of that, and I thank the member Camilla Bellich for the insight into the Labour Party and the potential desire for that member in the party to see members who are successful in a settlement have a longer time frame to receive that money in their pockets. Thank you very much for that contribution. Back to Ricardo Menendez March and the question about removing section 33(2)D. Does it create a void? No good faith, of course, continues to apply in all employment matters, and I will take my leave now and answer further later.
Ricardo Menendez March.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Why don't you follow up on some comments that the Minister made just now in her call around money in people's pockets. And it flows on quite well because, and I thought this would be better suited to ask in Part 2, again, the kind of stuff we would have very easily actually tried to unpack in Select Committee. One of them is I wanted to understand why there was no child impact assessment being done. I say this because one of the acts that actually, while not here in writing, but is actually very related to this whole issue is the Child Poverty Reduction Act that we have. And one of the reasons why I wanted to tie in with this bill is because we have heard from another minister that work and people entering work, and work is going to be seen as one of the primary ways we're going to be reducing child poverty. Yet the way that this bill is laid out risks undermining the growth of wages for women in particular, which then in some ways has a flow-on effect on the Child Poverty Reduction Act and the government's actual obligations to meet our child poverty reduction targets. So I'm curious to know if she doesn't think that actually there was any consequential impact in the Child Poverty Reduction Act, despite the government saying that work is going to be one of the primary means of achieving those goals, and there was no child impact assessment being done as part of preparing this bill, something we could have very easily actually asked for at the Select Committee stage. I'm curious to know whether she had any engagement at all with Minister Louise Upston in her role as Child Poverty Reduction Minister to evaluate whether the delay in wage increases as a result of the existing pay equity claims would have had a negative effect on meeting our obligations under the Child Poverty Reduction Act. I think that's important because to me there seems to be a direct contradiction between the stated goals of this government and what we're seeing in this bill. The other question I had in relationship to interactions between the changes here and other parts of legislation and policy was, and again this would have very easily been asked and answered by officials or the Minister herself during a Select Committee, is whether there had been any engagement in what's being laid out here in immigration settings, particularly because there's a lot of migrant workers in the areas where there's pay equity claims. Many of them often require specific wages to be able to qualify for some residency pathways. The conversations that I have had in the past with some of the migrant workers in some of those areas is that the pay equity claims could have actually boosted people's wages to a level that would have allowed them to access residency or other visa pathways. But without these, I'm curious to know again whether the minister engaged with anyone, whether it's the immigration minister or anyone in the immigration sector, to actually understand the flow and impacts of this bill on migrant workers who are in the workplaces affected by this bill. And if there wasn't any engagement, what certainty can the minister give us on the impacts of this bill on our obligations to meet the Child Poverty Reduction Act, as well as any immigration policy? Those things are completely related to what's happening in this act because of the direct impact on people's wages. And other people have already talked about on the groups that are disproportionately affected. And so I'm curious to know as to whether she thought that the Child Poverty Reduction Act should have been amended at all as part of this bill, because I just can't see how the government will meet its obligations under that act as a result of these changes if they're relying on paid employment to reduce child poverty.
Mr. Chair, I'll take the time to respond to a few more of the member Camilla Bellich's questions. Firstly, in relation to whether or not the duty of good faith applies to the changes made in the bill, I have already answered that by another member. Good faith obligations will continue to apply in the pay equity process. Secondly, will the bill be scrutinised by the Regulations Review Committee at another date? If any regulations were made, then they would be subject to the Regulations Review Committee, as is always the case. The bill will not be scrutinised by the Regulations Review Committee as it's going through the robust parliamentary process, which is how we deal with legislation. Camilla Bellich had another question in relation to the consequential amendment to the Employment Relations Act to 1611QDIB. If this relates to the selection of comparators, Section 1611QDIB sets out the Employment Relation Authority's ability to make a determination about whether an individual employee's work is the same or substantially similar to work that is the subject of a union-raised claim and therefore should be covered. She also referred to her amendment paper to delete clause 54. The change made to the reference from arguable to merit in this section is a consequential amendment that has already been voted on in part 1.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take up the issue of the use of the word merit. And I think it is relevant that we're talking about the Employment Relations Act here, which has been highly successful because it's taken a term which is actually a virtue. We all strive for good faith. We strive for that, being a good employer and being a good employee, and it does the world of good to us. And what we've done in that act is we've signalled to people something that's really important for them to strive for that virtue. What I'm concerned about here about the use of the word merit, and I appreciate the point that it's been used in the previous part, but actually to say something has merit is a very powerful statement. So if you've got somebody who is in the 68% industry but has been discriminated against, their claim has merit in the common parlance of that word. They have been discriminated against and they're missing out here. So to talk about having merit as if we are using it, and we're supposed to use plain language, is fairly insensitive and it sends the wrong signal to people. So what I'd ask the Minister to do is, would she entertain using a more neutral phrase there? She could say something like that it has passed the threshold of merit in part 1, because that shows that she's making a judgment call and it doesn't devalue the person who is before a process like this, who actually has been treated unjustly by the system, but has not actually been recognised as such by a system. It's clearer in part one that that's what's going on, that there's an arbitrary nature to the threshold, although I'm not comfortable with it. It's not clear at all in part two when the use of the word has merit actually sends a signal to people that every other claim doesn't have merit. So would she consider using a term which unpacks this, that is more neutral, that is more professional about that, and does not send that signal to people? And I'd also note that this is also happening in 54, which is in the public service amendments. So again, the claim has merit. So it would be easy enough to amend it so that the language was much more neutral in that case too. I also wanted to ask the Minister about it's actually on the same page 29 at subparagraph 6 of part, it's 52.6, and that is the insert that is going in here talking about phasing. And I wondered whether there had been discussion or advice or what the parameters of that phasing were, and whether it was reflected in this language, that is it possible for the authority member to create phases which might be uneven in the amount that is being paid out and that calculate in the loss of the use of money? So all the interest that's being lost, are we visiting that on the individuals, so the working women who are not being paid out? There's been recognised a claim, yep, you're being treated unjustly and you haven't been paid right. We're going to take 3 years to pay you. And are we now, as the authority, able legally to go, part of our job is we've got 3 phases, and each one of those, the first one you're going to get this amount, the second one you're going to get this plus this because it's the use of money. We've had the benefit of your money in the meantime. The third one you're going to get an extra amount. Is that possible under these words, or do we need to include words so that that happens? Because anything else I'd put to the Minister seems unjust. So my third question is, does she accept, and I'd like an answer to this, does she accept that it's very unjust if all of the damage done by that payment scheme, which is in this situation not agreed, it's determined, if all that is visited on the poorest person in the situation, which is the worker who has been discriminated against and hasn't been paid? Thanks,
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reflect on a couple of the questions. Firstly, a question in the name of Camilla Ballage about what jurisdiction does the authority have in relation to phasing? Does the 3-year limit apply? The changes to the Employment Relations Act reflect the changes made in Part 1 in relation to determinations of the authority. The requirements are specified in Part 1, which included that 3-year phasing. So that's that. Why is there no RIS from Ricardo Menendez March? Look, the government has been working to ensure there is a robust pay equity scheme, and it's clear that the legislative settings are not working as intended. However, the substantive policy in the bill is included, in fact, in Part 1. Ricardo Menendez March asked about the engagement with, I believe it was the Minister of Immigration. I already answered that question during the debate in Part 1, and the Minister of Immigration is in Cabinet and was involved in those decisions.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 2 p.m.